Oh, it's asking for an MFA code. Okay.
Yeah, because yesterday we set up the MFA code.
Mm-hmm. How do I scan? Where are you? Oh, do you just
No,
get
you
any
don't have
number?
to. You don't have
Okay.
to scan. You just need to type the number.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Now let us. If you click on services, I will go to EC2. And we'll click on running instances.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a running instance?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So now we'll see. So yesterday we saw how we can deploy a Linux machine. Sorry, I mean a Windows machine, and we saw how we can set up a web server, right?
Yeah.
Also, we saw how we can expose that web server over the internet, like by making changes in the security group, right? We open port 80 in the security group in order to make it accessible over the internet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now let us deploy a Linux server. Okay, so we'll click on launch instance.
Okay.
So here you can find Linux operating systems. Okay. So today we will be going through each of these steps very briefly. Okay. So first, let us talk in brief about AMI. What is AMI?
Amazon Machine Image.
Yes. AMI stands for Amazon Machine Image. Okay, now let's say you have a laptop and you want to install Windows 10 operating system on it. So what are the things we need? Can you tell me?
You said if I want to
Install Windows in your laptop, how you can do that?
I
So
need to hmm?
for that we need a ISO file. What is a ISO file? It is just a file which has the operating system.
Okay.
Okay. Then we need to like then we need we need the ISO file. Then we have to boot the let's say boot the system with,
Mm-hmm.
with the ISO file.
Do you
Okay.
still have all those notes from yesterday?
Yeah, we have the recorded session. You can always go back and like look the recorded session.
Oh, okay. Where is it going to be at? Where is it stored?
I'll check with Matt and I'll let you know maybe today later, maybe when we have a break, I can check with Matt and I'll let you know. Okay.
Oh, that's perfect.
So first we have ISO file, then we will boot the system with the ISO file. Okay. And after booting the system, we will install the OS.
Okay.
Okay. Then install drivers. Then license. If it is a Windows operating system, then it requires Microsoft license,
Mm-hmm.
right? So these are the 5 things which are required. ISO
Okay.
file, then boot the system with the ISO file, install the operating system, install drivers, and license.
Okay.
Okay. So if we talk about installing the OS, and if we talk about the time, so it might take maybe 30 minutes to an hour to do that.
Okay.
Okay, which is a very time-consuming process. Now here, yesterday we deployed a Windows instance, so it hardly took like 2 or 3 minutes to, uh, like just in few seconds. Actually, the instance was in running state,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So in the cloud, we do not do any installation. Okay, this thing which we discussed right now is called installation. Installation of OS. But in the cloud, we do not do any installation. What we do, we deploy OS. We
Okay.
deploy the operating system. So how we deploy the operating system? We deploy the operating system using an operating system image.
Mm-hmm.
So what we do is first we install the operating system and then we create an image of that operating system,
Okay.
which is called OS image.
Mm-hmm.
And in the cloud, this OS image, we call it as AMI, Amazon Machine Image.
Okay.
Because with this image, basically we deploy servers, Amazon instances.
Okay.
That's why we call it as Amazon Machine Image.
Okay.
Okay, and with the help of this operating system image, we deploy servers, we deploy instances. We deploy instances or servers.
Okay.
In the cloud, we call server as an instance. And what is a server? We can assume a server as our laptop or our desktop.
Right.
A server is nothing like, which is like server is completely similar to our laptop or our desktop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just the difference between a server and a desktop or laptop is the server is 24/7 up and running.
Right.
Whereas our laptop, we just use it for our uh, like we use it for our work, and after work we stop it or we shut down it, right?
Right.
Whereas server is running 24/7 plus it is serving something. That's why we call it server. It
Right.
might be serving a web application or any service it could be serving. That's why we call it as a server.
Right.
So with the help of operating system image like AMI, we deploy servers. Okay, we deploy operating system in the cloud. We do not do the installation. Installation takes time. So first we install the operating system, then we create the image, and with the help of image, we deploy the servers.
Okay.
So the installation phase, AWS has already done for us. What they have done, they have done the installation and they have created the operating system images. So we don't have to create operating system images. Operating system images are created by AWS.
Yeah.
Later in the course, we will see how we can create our own operating system image or how we can create our own AMI. So AMI is just an operating system. Okay, we choose the operating system which is in the form of an AMI, and with the help of AMI, we deploy a server. Okay,
Yeah.
so if we go to the console, so here we have different types of AMIs available. So here you can find Amazon Linux operating system, Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Have you heard about Red Hat?
No.
Okay, this is an operating system which is used in enterprises.
Okay.
Okay, large enterprises uses this operating system.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is a Linux operating system.
Okay.
Then SUSE Linux Enterprise Server, Ubuntu Server. Have you heard about Ubuntu?
No, I've never heard of that one.
Okay, this is also a Linux-based operating system. Then we have Windows Server. Okay, also here in the cloud, you will find all the server operating systems. You will not find any client operating system or desktop operating systems. Can you name any server operating system?
Uh, Mac. Is it Mac
Sorry?
an operating system or Catalina?
Mac is a desktop-based operating system or client operating system.
Oh, well, no, I mean, besides what I see here, Linux and Windows.
Yeah, so in Linux we have Ubuntu server, we have Red Hat server. Those are basically server operating systems. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, in Windows also we have server operating systems. Like in Windows we have two flavors of operating systems, and Linux also we have two flavors of operating systems, like desktop operating systems and server operating systems.
Mm-hmm.
We can say it like this: desktop OS. Okay, desktop OS are those operating systems which basically we have in our laptops also,
Mm-hmm.
and server OS. So what is the operating system? Operating system is just an software, right? It's a very big software,
Yes.
which basically interacts with our hardware.
Mm-hmm.
Now in desktop operating systems, we have Windows, like Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 10, Ubuntu operating system, Linux Mint. So these are all client operating systems. Now if we talk about server operating systems,
Yeah.
we have Windows Server 2008, Windows Server 2012. Okay, these are Windows Server operating systems. Now if we talk about Linux operating system, Linux Server operating system, we have Red Hat Enterprise Linux, which is also called RHEL, RHEL, which is Red Hat Enterprise Linux. We have Ubuntu Server. Okay, so we have these operating systems. So here in the cloud, we will find all the server operating system. None of these here will be client operating system. We will not find Mac operating system, or we will not find any of these operating systems. Have you used Windows operating system?
Yes.
Yeah, so here these operating system we will not find in the cloud. Like Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 10, we'll just find the server operating systems.
Okay.
Okay, now here if we click on Quick Start, so we'll find some of the operating systems which are uh, provided by AWS.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if we go to AWS Marketplace,
Uh-huh.
so here we will be able to find some third-party operating systems,
Oh, okay.
third-party softwares which are already installed on the system,
Okay.
like OpenVPN, Splunk Enterprise, Metalon, Trend Micro.
Right.
Okay, and we'll also find some operating systems or some products which are from let's say if we click on here, like here you can see the operating systems are categorized based on let's say infrastructure software, DevOps, business application, machine learning, IoT, industries.
Yeah.
So let's say application servers. So where you can find some application servers.
So you went to business applications?
Yeah, I went to business applications exactly.
Okay.
Sorry, application servers which are under
Yep.
DevOps.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me go back then.
So here you will find some applications. Okay, have you heard about WordPress?
Yeah.
Yeah, WordPress is basically used to, I would say, create websites.
Okay.
Okay, create blog websites. Okay, so it's basically like when we deploy a server with this AMI.
Hello?
I mean, when we deploy a server with this AMI, what will happen? Already WordPress will be installed in that AMI.
Okay.
Okay, so if we go here, the one which we were talking about. So here in that AMI, WordPress will already be installed. Means there will be ISO file, boot the ISO file, install the operating system, install drivers, like install the license, and after that install WordPress.
Okay.
So the third party has already done this for us. What we are going to do, we are going to deploy a server with that. So we don't have to install WordPress in it. It is already installed.
You're can you I'm sorry, somebody just rang my bell. I think somebody delivered something. Can I just
Sure, no problem.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. Okay, so the WordPress is already installed in it. Okay.
Yeah.
So similarly here we have some applications. Okay, so operating system is already installed and the application is also already installed. So we
Okay.
don't have to install the application. Now let's say you want to install WordPress. Let's say in your Mac you want to install WordPress. So you have to download WordPress and then you will be installing it, right? That will be a very time consuming process. But you have to first download it, install it. It might take like 30 minutes or an hour to do that. But
Okay.
here, if we choose the WordPress, so WordPress will be already installed. You don't have to manually install it. Yeah, here you can see, set up your WordPress in 1 minute.
1 minute.
Yeah. Plus, you can find, if you, in Marketplace, if you go at the left side, you'll be able to see different types of operating systems, like Ubuntu operating systems, CentOS operating systems. This is another very popular software, cPanel and WHM. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then Red Hat operating system. This is an operating system which is used in enterprises, like large companies like Capital One. Okay, these companies basically use Red Hat operating systems. And here you can find different versions of Windows Server as well. Okay, so here if we filter it, so based on our needs, we can find AMIs. And these AMIs basically have some softwares already installed in it.
Okay.
Okay, now based on our needs, we can choose any of these AMIs.
Okay.
And in each AMI, you will be able to see what that AMI contains. Let's say, let us take an example of one AMI which we are familiar with. Let's say the WordPress one. Yeah, so WordPress powered by Amimito. So you will be able to see what this image has, what software it has, and all the things related to it.
Okay.
Then we have community AMIs. So community AMIs are those AMIs which are created by people like us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we can also create our own AMI and we can publish that AMI as public. Once we publish, make it publicly accessible, Then let's say from any AWS account, we will be able to access that AMI under community AMIs.
Okay.
So these are the AMIs which are created by people like us, like who are basically cloud consumers.
Okay.
Now, if we go here to my AMIs, right now it is not displaying any AMI because we haven't created any AMI yet. Later in the course, we are going to see how we can create our own AMI. So let us see an example of a Linux operating system. So let us take Amazon Linux operating system,
Okay.
and each AMI basically has a unique AMI ID.
Okay.
Okay, through this basically ID we identify the AMI.
Okay. So we're going to select that.
Yeah, click on select.
Mhm.
Then the instance type, like 1 vCPU, 1 GB of RAM.
Yeah, the free tier one.
Yeah, now depending on our needs, we can change any of these.
Mhm.
So let's say T2.micro, which comes under the free tier plan.
Mhm.
Okay, and if we are using this instance time, so we will not be charged. We
Okay.
will not be charged for a year. Okay,
Mhm.
but only one instance. If we are running one instance for 750 hours for a month, then we will not be charged for 12 months, next 12 months. Now we click on next instance details. This part we will skip. Today we are going to explore this part. Then we have storage.
Uh-huh.
So when we deploy our instance, so our instance has basically one storage,
Mhm.
which is basically a disk, which is also called a root disk or root volume. Okay,
Okay.
like in our laptop, right now also we have a disk, and that
Yeah.
disk is basically called a root disk,
Okay.
where our operating system is installed, right? Where
Mhm.
our operating system is installed. Now, based on our needs, we can add more disks. And these disks basically we can use for storing our data,
Mhm.
depending on our needs, which are also called data disk or data volumes.
Okay.
So by default, we are able to see the root volume, and by default, the size is set to 8 gigabytes. Now, based on our needs, we can increase the size. Now, here basically the instance type, the operating system, the storage completely depends upon what you want to do.
Okay.
So we can have a storage to 16 terabytes.
16.
You
Okay.
know, terabytes. Okay. So okay, let's say if I set to 17 terabytes, uh,
Yeah.
yeah, so it is giving as an error that it cannot be more than 1 terabyte, which is 1023 GB. That
Okay.
is because this is the root volume. That's why it is not allowing us to set more than
Uh-huh.
1000 GB. Not allowing, actually it is giving a warning. We can set it, but it is just giving us a warning.
Okay.
Now, based on our needs, so in this disk, basically our operating system will be installed. Like we are using the Linux operating system, so in this disk, our Linux operating system will be there.
Okay.
Then, based on our needs, we can add more volume, more disks to our system.
Okay.
Let's say one of 100 gigabytes. Let us keep the first one as 10 gigabytes. And other options we are going to explore later when we'll be dedicatedly talking about volumes in AWS.
Okay.
Okay, like volume types and all those things.
So you see that there's a delete on termination checkbox. Do you put that on the second one?
Uh, Delete on termination, basically it means, let's say if we delete the instance or if we terminate the instance. So do we want to keep the volume? That is basically the check which is here.
Okay.
Then security group, based on our needs, we have to open ports. By default, port 22 is open. That is because in Linux, SSH works on port 22. If this is not open, then we will not be able to connect to the instance.
Okay.
Okay, like in RDP, yesterday we saw like RDP works on port number 3389. And if that is not open, we will not be able to access the server.
Okay.
Okay. Then we click on review and launch and launch.
Okay.
Then we have to create a key pair. And what is this key pair? Key pair is basically a set of public and private, a pair of public and private key. Do you know what is public private key?
It's a password?
Uh, yeah, actually the password in encrypted form.
Okay.
Okay, so there are two types of keys, public key and private key. So basically when we launch the instance, we get the private key.
Your
And public,
your key says something different. It says Ansible ad hoc. Selective pair key pair. Mine
no,
doesn't.
we will go and create a new key pair.
Oh.
That is my existing key pair, that's why I show.
Oh.
So we have two types of key pair, two key pairs, public and private key. Public key is basically stored on the server, and private key is basically downloaded in our machine. So when we launch an instance, so we have to download a key pair, and with the help of the key pair, we SSH to the instance. Okay, we log into the instance. Okay, like yesterday, with the help of private key, we decrypted the password of Windows Server, and through which we log into our system, to our instance. So let's say my EC2 key pair, and download. The key name can be anything. And once we click on download, the key will be downloaded in our machine.
Okay.
If you read here, so it says a key pair consists of a public that AWS stores and a private key that you store. So right now we have downloaded the private key and the public key is stored by AWS.
Okay.
Together they allow you to connect to your instance securely.
Okay.
Okay. So now we click on launch instance. And then view instances.
Okay. So our server has been launched.
Yeah, server has launched.
Okay.
Now from here, we can also name our instance, name our server. Okay, we will not call it as server, we will call it as instance.
Yeah.
Because in cloud, in AWS, we call it as instance.
Yeah.
It's just a terminology. Let's say Linux server. Now we are going to open our terminal. Okay, our Linux terminal. Our Mac terminal or Linux terminal.
Okay.
Okay, as we discussed yesterday, to connect to a server, a Linux server which is remote. Okay, right now this server is launched in Virginia region. Okay, in Virginia, and it is basically running inside a data center of AWS. Right? But now what I want is I want to connect to it from my home. Okay, So yesterday we connected to a Windows machine, okay, Windows server,
Yeah.
and we connected through to it through RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol,
Right.
right? The same way we are going to connect to our Linux instance. So we are here in Linux, we use SSH to connect to it, whereas in Windows we use
Windows.
Mhm.
Oh, I don't know.
We use
Go ahead.
RDP.
RDP.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we are going to open our terminal.
Uh-huh.
Then we are going to run this command chmod 400 downloads. Then we are going to run this command chmod 400 downloads my EC2 key pair. The key pair name, the one which we downloaded.
Okay, so 400 downloads. My EC2 prepare. .pm. 400 down ch mode. 400 downloads. My EC2 key pair. .pm. Okay, and press enter.
Yes.
Terminal would like to access your files in your download folder. Okay.
So maybe you can share your screen. I can help you out to connect to the instance. Then I can show you what to do further.
Okay.
Okay, I've given you access to share your screen.
Okay, can you see this?
Yes, exactly. This is the command which you want to execute. Now we are going to use this command SSH. Type SSH space EC2-user -user
Okay.
at the, yeah, at the rate
What?
at
8?
let me send you on the chat at the rate like this. I just sent you on chat.
Oh, at. Okay. Okay.
Then go to the AWS console and copy the server public IP.
Okay.
Okay, click on details.
Okay.
Yeah, this public IP. You
This
can
one?
use the public DNS or public IP. Yeah. First expand it.
Oh.
No, click here, down. Here. Yeah. Details, expand it, scroll it up, make it up,
Oh.
bring it up.
Oh.
No. Yeah, just here at the right side. Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Scroll up.
Yep.
Yeah, public IP or public DNS. Copy it.
This one?
Yes. From the left side you will find one box. Yeah, click on it. Yeah, copy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then paste it here?
Yep.
Now what?
Hit enter. Yes. Yeah, type yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Run the same command again.
Which one? The CH mode?
No, SSH.
Oh.
No, don't type it. Just press the upper key from the keyboard. The command will automatically pop up.
Oh.
Yes. Then space -I.
Space -I?
Yeah, I. Space. Downloads. Downloads. No, D capital.
Okay.
Part to the key pair. Downloads /my EC2 key pair.py.
Slash my EC2 keypair.
keypair.com. Hit tab.
.com.
Yeah, .com.
Okay.
Hit enter.
Now what?
Yeah, now we are logged into the server. Now let me share my screen.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is how basically we log into the instance. First, we have to run this command chmod. That will basically change the. Just give me a minute. I'm getting on call. 1 minute. Yes, Stephanie. So first you have to change the permission of the file.
Okay.
Then the default user to connect to the server is EC2 user.
Okay.
Like yesterday we connected to a Windows server, right? And the default user in that server is administrator,
Yes.
right? So
Yeah.
now what we are going to do, we are going to copy the public IP of this instance.
Uh-huh.
Then at the rate, the public IP, then -I, downloads, and the path where the key is stored. Okay, and once we do that, we have to press yes. I mean type yes, and we are logged into the server.
Okay.
Where we are logged in, we are logged into this server. So to log into a Linux server, what do we need? We need a username, we need a public IP and a
Okay.
key file. Okay, whereas in a Windows machine, we just need to provide username and password.
Okay. So now I'm logged into the
Yeah, Linux server.
Linux server. Okay.
Now we are going to run this command sudo yum install httpd.
I'm just
What
gonna.
we are going to do?
I'm watching
We
you.
are going to set up a web server.
Okay.
So in Linux, we have to run this command yum install httpd to set up a web server in Linux. Okay, whereas in Windows, what we did, we installed IIS server.
Okay. Oh, do you want me to type that in now?
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, so how do you know these codes?
How do you know? Sorry, what? Hello.
Yes?
Sorry, I didn't got your question.
How do you know what codes to put in?
Oh, that this task is basically of a system administrator. Okay. Yes, I am also a system administrator. That's why I know the commands. But right now, as a solution architect, the training which we are doing, it is not necessary that you know these commands. Okay, it
Okay.
is optional. Just to understand the things, how it works, that's why we are doing this.
My you press enter?
Yeah, hit enter.
Okay.
And also, I think there are some courses at Coding Bootcamps, which are some self-paced courses on Linux. So you can also go through them.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, okay, so I got that now.
Okay, once we do that, then we are going to grab the public IP of the server. We'll copy the public IP and open a new tab and paste it here.
So copy the same one?
Yeah, copy the same public IP and paste it over here on the browser.
Okay.
So right now we are not able to access the server or the website which is hosted on the server. So why we are not able to access it? Can you tell me?
Um, I don't know.
Yesterday also we were not able to access the website which we configured on Windows Server. Then what we did?
Um,
So this is one of the questions which is asked in the certification exam. Let's say you have deployed one EC2 instance, you have set up a web server, and when you are trying to access the web server, so you're not able to access it. So what can be the reason?
let's see, look at my little notes here. I don't know, you tell me.
Yeah, the reason is in security group port 80 is not open because web server works on port 80. That's why
Okay.
we are not able to access it. So click on security groups. Sorry, first we will go to security.
Yeah,
Then we'll choose the security group. Click on the security group.
click on it. Okay.
And then edit inbound rules. And then add rule.
Wait, you went to edit inbound rules,
Yes.
add rule.
Yeah. Then here we will search for HTTP.
HTTP. Okay.
And source we'll set it to anywhere.
Anywhere.
Anywhere it means anyone in the world will be able to access our web server through
Okay.
this IP. And
Okay.
then save changes. Once we do that,
Confirm it.
yeah, save it. But still we are not able to access it. That is because in the server you have to run this command. One more command, systemctl start httpd. So two commands we have to run on the server. Then install httpd-y and systemctl start httpd.
Sudo system CTL start HTTPD. Okay, enter. It says
Yes.
unit not, it says failed to start HTTPD service, unit not found.
Okay, did you run this command? Yum install httpd-y.
Yeah,
Okay, share your screen.
I got the same thing that you got.
Yeah, share your screen. Okay, so you run http, no, httpd. Yum install httpd.
Oh, okay. So I have to do that again.
Yum install httpd-y.
So type in sudo.
Yeah, yum install httpd-y.
And now
And sudo systemctl start httpd.
sudo system CTO. Wait, say it again. I can't. You grow back up.
Start httpd, the same command which you used.
Start issues.
Yeah, now refresh on the browser. There we go. We are able to access the default page of Apache website,
Okay.
which is hosted in our Linux instance running on the cloud.
Okay.
Okay, another advantage of using AWS is, or the cloud is, we can go global in minutes. Okay, now let's say, let me share my screen. So can you type this IP on your browser 52.23.160.192?
Okay. Oh wait. Yeah, same thing.
Exactly. So it doesn't matter where we are located. I mean, uh, this website is accessible all over the globe. Means if, it doesn't matter if you are in Australia, you are in UK, or any place in the world, you will be able to access the site.
Okay.
Okay, but because it is hosted on a public IP address, and public IP address is routable over the internet. So any place in the world where internet is accessible, that person or that place will be able to access this website.
Okay.
Okay, now let us talk about the information of the instance. So if we click on the first tab, it says details. So here we'll be able to see lots of information of our server which is running. So here the very first thing you are able to see the instance ID. Okay, so what is the instance ID? Instance ID is just a unique ID through which basically we identify this resource. So any resource which we create in AWS, I mean any resource which we create in EC2 has a unique ID.
Right.
Then we have public IP of the instance through which we can access the instance over the internet.
Okay.
Then we have private IP, and this IP is only accessible in the AWS environment. Okay, let's say if I try to connect to the instance by this IP, private IP, so we'll not be able to connect to it because this is the internal IP. It is the private IP. Okay.
Okay.
Then instance state. Instance state means it is running. The server is now running. Then public IPv4 DNS. So we can access our server over the internet by the public IP plus via public IPv4 DNS thing.
Okay.
Similarly, we have a private IPv4 DNS. Okay, let's say we have deployed two servers, two instances. Now those two instances can communicate with each other with the private IP
Okay.
because they are running on the cloud environment. Okay, but right now if I try to connect to it, so I will not be able to connect it through the private IP. But with the public IP, we can connect to it.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Then here we can see the instance type, which is set to t2.micro. Okay,
Yeah.
which means it has 1 core CPU and 1 GB of RAM.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you tell me how we can increase the or how we can change the instance type?
You can change it. Let me see.
Yeah, yesterday we did that. So for
Yeah,
that, first we have to.
I
Yeah.
don't.
So first we have. Yeah. So first we have to stop the instance, and then we have to change the instance type.
Okay.
So to do so, if we right click on the instance, here you will find instance state. So these are the operations which we can perform on the instance. The first here you can see is stop instance. Do you know what is stop instance? Stop instance means shutting down the server.
Yeah.
Then we have reboot instance.
Yeah.
Reboot instance is for restarting the server.
Okay.
Then the fourth one we have is terminate instance. Okay, which will terminate our server. Terminate it means delete this instance.
Okay.
So first we have to stop the instance. Right now we are not doing it because we already did that yesterday. So first we have to stop it, then you have to go to instance setting, and here you will find change instance type. So
Okay.
then we can change the instance type. So for to change the instance type, first we have to stop the instance. Okay, just like our laptop. Let's say in our laptop we have to uh, increase the hard disk. So what we are going to do? We are going to first shut down the system, then open the hardware and add the disk, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we cannot do in if the machine is running.
Okay.
Okay? So the same thing we are going to do here as well.
Okay.
Okay, the way you manage your laptop, the same thing we do, the same way we manage our server running in the cloud. But the difference is you have your laptop just in front of your eyes. It is basically physically present in front of you. Whereas this laptop, just assume this is a laptop. This laptop is located in the AWS data center in some other geographic location. And you are accessing that laptop through RDP connection using remotely.
Right.
Yeah. So any operation which you can perform on your laptop, same operations you can perform here on your instance. Then we have Elastic IP. We are going to discuss this today. Then we have VPC. So these are some information which are related to networking, like VPC ID, subnet, that we are going to see later in the course, which basically falls under VPC service of AWS.
Okay.
We are going to talk about IAM role. Sooner we are going to talk about IAM role. Then we have instance details. So here we can see which operating system it is using, what AMI it is using. Okay, here you can see the AMI ID. You cannot see the AMI name,
Yeah.
AMI ID. Then here you can see the AMI name and AMI location.
Okay.
Yeah. Then monitoring is disabled. Okay,
Yeah.
we are going to see later in the course about monitoring. We have a dedicated service of AWS for monitoring. Then we have platform, which is Linux operating system. Then AMI name, this is the name of the AMI which we have chosen. Termination protection is disabled. This is the time when the instance was launched. Here you can see when it was launched, and it's been 21 minutes the instance is running.
Yeah.
Then we have hibernation. We are going to discuss later about hibernation. Okay, let us discuss about hibernation now. Uh, if we see our laptop, let's say if we are working and after sometimes automatically the laptop goes to sleep,
Yeah.
right? So same way we can set our instance on sleep. That basically comes under hibernation.
Okay.
Then the key pair which is attached to our instance, and here you can find the owner ID. This is basically our AWS account ID. Then if we go to the second tab, which is security. So here we can find when the instance was launched, and you can find the security group which is attached to the instance. So there can be there will be minimum one security group attached to our instance. Okay, we can also attach multiple security groups to our instance. Okay, we can attach up to 5 security group to our instance. Okay.
Okay.
Then we can see the inbound and outbound routes of the security group. Okay, as we discussed yesterday, what are inbound rules? The incoming request basically falls under inbound rules. Right now we were trying to access the web page, so that request basically is an incoming request to the server, right? So that
Right.
comes under inbound rules, port 80. And outbound routes are basically the request which server makes to the internet.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say if you are running a Linux server, to connect to the Linux server, you have to make sure port 22 is open in the security group. And if you are hosting a web server, so port 80 must be open. Okay, usually we do not make any changes in the outbound routes. We only make changes in the inbound routes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now we'll go to the third tab, which is networking. So we
Okay.
have the public IP, the private IP, which we already saw in the details tab. And we have a network interface card which is attached to the instance. Do you know what is a network interface?
Mm-mm. No.
Network interface is Mhm. Okay. Network interface is basically, I would say, like in your laptop, you might have seen a Ethernet port. This is also called NIC card.
Okay.
Okay, so in your laptop, you might have you might insert this LAN cable.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
Yeah, it is something like this. Yeah.
I just never knew what it
So
was.
same thing we have in our server also.
Okay.
Same thing we have in our instance as well. So this is basically the interface which is attached to our instance.
Okay.
And basically through this network interface, basically our instance is getting a public IP address. If we don't have a network interface, then we will not be able to connect to the instance. Or
Okay.
even let's say in your laptop, if you don't have a network interface, then your laptop will not be able to connect to the internet.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's.
so now if we go to storage,
Okay.
so here we can see the two disks which are attached to our instance. The first is of 10 gigabytes, which is basically our root disk,
Mm-hmm.
and then we have a data disk of 100 gigabytes.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go to status checks, so here you will find two types of checks. One is system status check, one is instance status check. So the first system status check basically means like it is basically the hardware check where our server is running.
Okay.
Okay, like our instance is running on a server inside the data center, right?
Mhm.
So on the server where the instance is running, so this status check is for checking whether the instance is running fine or not on the server.
Mhm.
Okay, and this is the instance status check, which means whether the instance which is running fine or not, means it is accessible or not on the in the data center.
Mhm.
So these are basically checks which are done by, I mean, at the end of AWS. Okay, there are sometimes when, like, in some cases, uh, like we are not able to, if we are not able to connect to the instance. Okay, so first thing which we check is the status check, whether the server which we have deployed at the data center is accessible or not, or is running or not. Okay, so this part is basically used for troubleshooting.
Okay.
Then we have monitoring.
Oh, okay.
So we'll be able to see different types of uh, like utilization of our server, like CPU utilization, history checks, network input output.
Okay.
So this thing basically we are going to talk briefly when we are going to talk about CloudWatch service of AWS that we are going to cover later in the course. And then we have tags. Okay, tags we are going to discuss, that we will be discussing when we are familiar with 2 to 3 services of AWS. Okay. So let us stop this instance. Let's say this instance, we right click on this instance, we go to instance state and stop instance.
Okay.
Okay, the instance is stopped. And when the instance is stopped, let's say if we choose the instance, if we go to details, the public IP of the instance is released. Okay, we are not able to see the public IP of the instance.
Yeah.
So when we stop the instance, the public IP of the instance is released. Now let us start the instance. We'll right click here, instance state, start instance.
Okay.
So now the instance is in running state.
Yeah.
Now if you see, the public IP of the instance is changed. Earlier the IP was this,
Yeah.
5223. Now the IP is changed, right?
Yeah.
Now let's say you have customers who are accessing your site by this IP address.
Uh-huh.
Now once you shut down your server and like start it up back again, so the IP address is changed. Now
Yeah.
let's say you have 10,000 customers who are connecting to this site.
Uh-huh.
So now when they try to access the site, let's say if we try to access this on this IP address, it will connection timeout.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. we will not be able to connect to it because the IP address is changed. But okay, but let's say you have 10,000 customers, then you have to update those customers with the new IP address,
Okay.
right? So in that case, what we are going to do is we are going to use a static IP address, right? Static IP address, it means it never gets changed.
Okay.
Right now, the IP which is attached to the instance. So in AWS, we have two types of IP addresses. One is the public IP, and one is a private IP.
Okay.
And in public IP, we have two types of other IP addresses. One is ephemeral IP, which is also called dynamic IP.
Okay.
And another type of IP we have is static IP.
Dynamic IP.
Yes.
Mm.
Sorry. And static IP,
Okay.
which is also called elastic IP in AWS.
Okay.
So when we, by default, when we launch the instance, our instance gets a public IP, which is basically a ephemeral IP address.
Okay.
Okay. And the ephemeral IP address, it means or ephemeral or a dynamic IP, which means when we stop the instance, the IP address is released. Okay, the IP address is released from the server.
Okay.
Now, if you are running this server for your development purpose or for your testing server, then it is fine.
Uh-huh.
Okay, because you are the one who is going to access the server. But let's say you are running this server, I mean your instance, in the production environment. Okay, production environment. Do you know what is production?
Production environment? No.
Okay, production environment, it means where our application is live, where
Okay.
customers are connecting to it.
Okay.
So in that case, let's say your IP address is changed of your server, then you have to update your customers with the new IP address. Okay, if you have like 100 or 50 customers, then it is fine. But
Uh-huh.
let's say you have 100,000 customers, then it will be a very time-consuming process if you have to update them with a new IP address.
Okay.
So for that, what we do, we use elastic IP addresses. So with the help of elastic IP address, even if our instance IP is changed, even if our instance IP is changed, even if we shut down the instance, the IP address will stay there. Okay, the IP address will not change.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah. So at the left side, we'll go to elastic IPs under network and security.
Okay.
And we are going to create elastic IP. Then allocate.
What did you do?
Now you have to go to elastic IP under network and security.
Uh-huh.
Then allocate elastic IP.
Allocate. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Then the IP address will be created. Then click on actions and associate elastic IP.
And what's the purpose of this again?
The purpose of this is like when we stop the instance right now, we stop the instance and we started it. So our application is now down because the IP address is changed.
Uh-huh.
So we want a static IP which doesn't get changed.
Okay. Gotcha.
In that case, basically we use elastic IP. Yeah.
Gotcha. I get it now. Okay.
So we'll choose the IP, then action, then
Associate
associate elastic IP.
elastic IP, right?
Then we have to choose the instance in which we have to associate the IP, and then we'll click on associate.
Okay. That way, when we start and stop it, it's still going to have the same IP address, public IP address.
Yeah.
So basically, this is kind of like if I created a website and I needed to take it down for something, the
Exactly.
the IP address will remain the same.
Exactly.
Okay.
Just in case if we are shutting down the instance, then only the instance IP is changed, or
Okay.
the IP address is released. But if we are rebooting the server, then the IP address is not changed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Elastic IP address is not in there.
It is there.
No, I mean in your details.
Yeah, refresh here.
Oh. Oh,
So here you can see the Elastic IP.
yeah. Okay.
Now let's say if we stop the instance, let us stop the instance. I will right click on it and stop instance.
Stop instance. And refresh. The IP address is still the same. Okay.
Yeah, the IP address will not be released. The IP address is still the same. The IP address is actually not released. Earlier, if you remember, the IP address was released from the server when we stopped it.
Yeah.
But here, right now, it is still there. Now, if we start it,
Still the same.
okay, it is still the same. So basically, in live servers, live server, it means production servers. We use elastic IP addresses, which are static public IP addresses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now let's say I have another server and I want to use this IP on that server.
Mm-hmm.
So what we can do is we can disassociate it. We cannot attach elastic IP to multiple instances, to
Okay.
multiple servers. Then
Okay.
it can only be attached to one server.
Okay.
What we can do is we can go to elastic IPs, then choose the IP and disassociate elastic IP. So what it will do, it will release the IP address from that server. But the IP address will still be in our AWS account. We can use that for any other servers.
You cannot use it for any other service.
We can use it for other servers.
Okay.
But we cannot attach it to multiple servers. We can only attach it to one server.
Okay.
Right now, as we have dissociated it, so it is not attached to any instance. So now we can attach it to any of the EC2 instance if we have running.
Okay.
Now to delete the elastic IP, you will find an option of release elastic IP. And once we click on that, release, so the IP address will be released from the AWS account.
Okay. Why would we want to release an elastic IP? Like what instance will we have to do that?
Let's say you want to delete the elastic IP, you don't need it anymore. Because elastic IP, if we are using elastic IP, then we have to pay an hourly charge for the elastic IP. So
Okay.
let's say you don't want to host your server. Um, in that case, you can release the elastic IP or delete the elastic IP.
Okay.
So for all the resources right now which we are using in EC2, there is an hourly charge. If you
Okay.
go to this site, EC2 pricing, and we'll go to on demand. be able to see the different instance types. Okay, right now we are using T2.micro, which has 1 core CPU
Yeah.
and 1 gigabyte of RAM. And this is the hourly rate for that instance,
Okay.
which is like 0.0116 cents per hour.
Okay.
So for all the instances, I mean, when we launch the instance and we choose the instance type, so we have to pay this hourly charge for the instance. Right now, as we are using T2.micro, which comes under the free tier plan of AWS, we will not be charged for that.
Okay. At least for a year.
Yeah, but there are some resources of AWS like we are going to go through in this training. For that, basically we are charged for, but that is not very much. It might be like $5 or $10, not more than that.
Okay.
So for Elastic IP addresses, also we have a pricing. If you go here at the left side, Elastic IP addresses, so there is an hourly price. There you can see the price. When it is attached to instance, this is the price that you pay. Okay, and this price basically varies from
Ohio.
region to region.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Similarly, yeah, we are going to discuss as we move ahead. We are going to talk about some other resources in EC2, and for all the resources which we use in EC2, not all the resources. Some resources basically we are charged for, like for the security group or the key pair which we use to deploy the server. We are not charged anything for that.
Okay.
Now let us talk more about our instance. So if we click on this here, and if you right click, so here you will find some other options. The first option is launch instance. Okay, launch instance is basically it will redirect us to the this page where we will be able to where it will ask us for the operating system instance type, and through this basically we'll be able to launch a new instance.
Okay.
If you right click here, so you'll find a second option which says launch instance from template. If you click on this, so it will redirect us to the seventh, it will redirect us to this page which says launch template. Okay, what is a launch template? It is basically a configuration of our instance.
Okay.
So if we go here under, if we go here and instances, under instances, launch templates, so we can create a launch template. And what this launch template will have, it will have all the selections which we do while launching the instance. It will already have those selections. So you don't have to go there and click on each one by one. You have to choose the options like instance type, the operating system, the AMI, the storage, what you need. Okay.
Yeah.
So if we click here, create a launch template.
You already have a template in there. I don't have one.
Yeah, we'll create a new one. That is because, yeah, we'll just create a new one. So first we have to provide a template name. Let's say my EC2 template. Template version, we'll keep it as blank.
Okay.
These things we'll keep it as blank. Then we'll go to launch template contents. So when we launch the instance, we have to choose the instance AMI, right?
Uh-huh.
So here also you can find the AMIs which you want to launch. Let's say we want to deploy a server of Amazon Linux. So basically what we are doing, we are creating a template which will have all the configuration. So the next time when we have to launch the instance, we can launch the instance using one click with these configuration which we have written here in the
Okay.
template. Yeah. An instance type, depending on our needs, we can set, let's say t2.micro, which is free tier eligible. Then key pair, which is used to log into our server. So if you already have a key pair, so we can choose that key pair. And
Okay.
we can use the same key pair for multiple instances.
Okay.
Networking we are going to discuss later, so we are going to keep it as default. Just here we have to choose the security group. So we can create our own security group, or we can choose a existing security group.
Okay.
So you will find one security group called default.
Okay.
Then the EBS volume, I mean the volume which is attached to the instance, the disk, let's say of 8 gigabytes. We
Uh-huh.
can set the size also based on our needs.
So what are we setting it to?
We'll set it to 10. And if you want to attach more disks, so you can add multiple more volumes.
Okay.
Resource stack, network interface, these things we'll keep it as default. Other things we'll just keep it as default.
Okay.
Then create launch template. Oops.
Wait.
Mhm.
Can you scroll up? Okay, device name. Never mind. Okay, got it. It says it's been successful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we'll click on create launch template
Yeah.
and successfully create it. Now, while now let's say you want to deploy the server, what we can do is we can click here, we can click on the instance, or we can click here. You will find launch instance from template, and we can choose the template which we created. And let's say you want to deploy 2 instances. So you can here you can define the number of instances you need. Let's say 2 instances. That's it. And you have to scroll down and launch instances from template. So what it is going to do, it is going to deploy 2 instances.
It says that my
Mm-hmm.
hold on a second. It says my device name is invalid. Yeah, that.
Oh, I see. Device name is invalid. Let me see if we can remove this storage. Yeah, the device name, actually we have made a mistake in the device name. That's why
Okay.
it is not allowing us to launch it.
Okay.
So we'll cancel this and we'll modify our template. So we'll go to launch templates at the left side
Okay. Cancel this. Launch template.
and we'll click on modify template.
Modify.
Here in action,
I'm there.
modify template.
Okay. Now we have to go to the volume and the device.
Yeah, volume. For now, what we will do is we'll remove this,
Okay.
then create template here
Okay.
and view launch template. So we'll be able to see that launch template. Now
Okay.
we'll choose this launch template. We'll click on actions and launch instance from template. And template version we'll set it to 2 because we modified the template, so it has created a new version of that template.
And we're going to change the number of instances.
Yeah, let us change the number of instances. Let's say 2. It depends upon what we want to do. Okay, just for example, we are taking 2. Now, based on your requirements, you can deploy like 5, 10 instances.
Okay.
And then launch instance from template.
Okay. Okay.
Now, if we go to EC2, so let us see what it does. Are you able to see the instance launching?
Yeah.
Okay,
I think so. I mean, I haven't received an error message. So how
yeah. So we have 2 instances which are being deployed.
Yep.
So what we can do is we can create a launch template. So rather than clicking on here like launch instance and then choosing the operating system, then choosing the instance type, and then choosing the storage and those things, so it will be basically a very time consuming process. Let's say if you want to deploy multiple instances, right, of the same configuration. So for that, what we can do, we can create a launch template.
Okay.
And using that launch template, we can deploy the instances.
Okay. Yeah, they're all up and running.
Yep. 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 Okay. Now we'll right click on the first instance. And the third option, it says connect. So if we click on connect, so we'll see the options which are available to connect to the instance. Right now, to connect to the instance, we used to.
Mine doesn't allow me to connect. Oh, which one are you in?
Any of this. Any
Yeah,
of the
it should be
instance.
the option to connect.
Right click on it.
I did.
Click on connect.
Yeah, it's grayed out.
Yeah, refresh your page.
Oh. Okay. Now connect. Okay. Okay, I'm connected. Well, I'm not connected. I right clicked and I hit connect.
Okay, so if you click on connect, so you'll find three ways to connect to your instance. So right now, so far we used to use the third option which says SSH client.
Right.
So here you can find all the commands which we used actually to connect to the instance,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And there are several other ways to connect to the instance. Like you will find the first method which is easy to instance connect. If we click on connect, so you'll be connected to your instance uh, in a browser-based SSH
Okay.
in a browser itself.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you have another option which is of session manager that we are going to talk in the later in the course. Okay, what is session manager? That
Okay.
is basically a service of AWS.
Okay.
So we have different ways to connect to our instance. In connection methods, the commands, everything is available when we click on connect. Now if you right click here, so if we click on view details, so it will open a summary of our instance, where you will be able to see different information of our instance.
Uh-huh.
Now if we go to the fifth option which says get Windows password, right now it is grayed out. That is because this is not a Linux, I mean this is not a Windows instance or a Windows server,
Yeah.
right? That is
Right.
why it is grayed out. If it is a Windows server, then we'll be able to see that option.
Okay.
Now we have the fifth option, I mean sixth option, which says create template from instance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which means let's say you have to launch the instance manually without the launch template.
Mm-hmm.
And what you want is now you want to capture this configuration. You want to capture this configuration as a template. And
Mm-hmm.
later you want to launch instances of this configuration.
Okay.
Okay. So what we can do is we can click on the last option which says, I mean the sixth option which says create template from instance,
Mm-hmm.
and it will automatically choose all the configuration which were on that instance.
Okay.
Then we have an option of launch more like this. If we click on launch more like this, that will redirect us to the seventh step. Okay,
Yeah.
like first we have to choose the operating system and all those things. It will redirect us to the seventh step, where it is going to copy all the configuration which of this instance. Okay,
Okay.
so we'll be able to launch an instance similar to this instance. The configuration of the instance will be same as this instance.
Okay.
Then we have manage tags. Manage tags we are going to discuss later. Then instance state. So from here we can stop the instance, reboot the instance, terminate the instance. What is terminate instance? It means deleting the instance. Or let's say I don't need this server. I know no longer I need this server. So what I can do is I can click on terminate instance. And once we hit on terminate, the server will get deleted.
Okay.
Yeah. Once it is terminated, we cannot recover it. Okay.
Okay.
So we will do termination only when we do not need the server. Okay.
Okay.
Then if we go to instance setting, so we will skip these two options for now. So if you see the third option which says change instance type.
Yeah.
Okay, we already talked about changing the instance type. For that, what we have to do, we have to stop the instance. And once we stop that instance, this option will be available. Okay, right now it is grayed out.
Yeah.
Now we have the fourth option which says change termination protection. Okay, termination protection. Do you know what is termination protection?
No.
So let's say if I click here, change termination protection, and if I enable this, right now it is disabled.
Yeah.
If I enable this and if I hit save, now let's say if I try to terminate this instance, if I go to instance state, terminate instance, and if I hit terminate, so I will not be able to terminate it.
Okay.
That is because termination protection is enabled on the instance. So
Okay.
this
So that
basically
means that
prevents accidental termination of our server. Let's say you have 10 servers running, and let's say 8 servers, or let's say 5 servers you have running, and out of which 2 servers are basically hosting your application, and 3 servers are you have deployed just for testing. Now, once your testing is done, you are deleting the server, and by mistake, you deleted your production server, which is hosting the application. Okay, so it will be a very big issue. Right?
Okay.
So in that case, what we can do is we can enable termination protection on our instances.
Okay.
Okay, so it will prevent accidental termination of our instances.
Okay.
Then you will find change shutdown behavior. So by default, I mean when we stop the instance from the software level. From the software level, I mean from the instance. When we shut down the instance is shut down. Is stopped basically here. On the console, the instance is stopped. Now let's say I don't want the instance to stop. I want the instance to be terminated. So here you find shutdown behavior terminate. Now let's say when I shut down the instance from the browser-based SSH, I think the connection is lost. So we'll open another session. Correct. And EC2 instance connect. Now from the server, when we shut down it, so if we run this command init 0, so what will happen? It will shut down the server. It will stop the instance on the AWS console. Okay. But now as we have enabled shutdown behavior to terminate, so what it is going to do when we shut down the instance, it is going to terminate the instance. So if I refresh here, now here you can see it is shutting down. Okay, like in Windows or in Mac, we go to the start and then we click on shutdown, right?
Okay.
The same thing we did here in Linux operating system by the command line.
Okay.
So as we have changed the shutdown behavior to terminate, that's why the instance is terminated.
Okay.
Now let us move ahead. And if we right click on this instance, so we explored some of the options, which was change termination protection, change shutdown behavior. User data we will discuss later. Credit specification, these things we are going to discuss later when we are going to talk about these sections dedicatedly. Now we have get instance screenshot.
Okay.
If we click on this option, get instance screenshot, so we'll be able to see the user interface of our server.
Okay.
Okay, monitor of our server actually. This is how right now it is looking. So in Linux operating systems, basically we have only CLI access. So that's why the monitor is looking like this.
Okay.
But if we talk about Windows operating systems, so it will show you the monitor screen of a Windows machine.
Okay.
So this is basically for troubleshooting purpose. Let's say your instance is running, but your application, you're not able to access your application, or you're not able to connect to your instance. So you can first see your instance, your instance screenshot. You can check your security group, whether port 22 is open or not, or port 80 is open or not. Yeah, because these are some of the things which can be, which can be a reason where through which you are not able to connect to your server.
Okay.
Then get system logs. So if we click on get system logs, so we'll be able to see the boot logs of our instance.
Okay.
Okay, when our system boots, basically here we can see all the information of the boot logs. Which is another thing for troubleshooting. Okay, let's say you are not able to connect to your instance, so you can see your boot logs. Okay, now let us talk about the networking. Now let us talk briefly about security groups. Okay, right now, so far we just talk at the high level what is a security group. Now let us see what actually is a security group and what are the, how many rules we can create, what are the service quotas actually.
Okay.
What is a security group? Security group is basically a cloud firewall.
Yeah.
Which manages the incoming and outgoing request. Okay. Now in security groups, like we can attach up to 5 security groups. 8 security groups to an instance. We can attach up to 8 security group to instance, where instance has 2 network interfaces, 2 NIC cards. If the instance has 2 NIC cards, then we can attach up to 8 security groups to our instance. So this is one of the key points which can be asked in the certification exam. So we
Okay.
can attach up to 8 security groups if 2 NIC cards are attached to our instance. 2 or more NIC cards are attached to our instance.
Okay.
But let's say if your instance has only 1 NIC card attached, 1 NIC, then 5 security groups.
Okay.
So by default, when we launch an instance, so by default it has only 1 NIC card. So we can attach 5 security groups to our instance. And in a security group, we have inbound and outbound rules.
Mm-hmm.
So we can have up to 60 inbound rules.
Mm-hmm.
and 60 outbound rules in a single security group. And we can attach up to 5 security groups to our instance, max 5 security groups. Okay, so if we see, if we can attach 5 security groups to our instance, then the number of inbound rules, how many inbound rules we can have? We can have up to 300 inbound rules.
Okay.
Right? Because 60 into 5 is 300. Okay, like in a single security group, we can have up to 60 inbound rules. Now, if we are attaching 5 security groups to instance, then we can have around 300 inbound rules. Are you getting?
Yes.
Yeah, so these are some of the things which are directly asked in the certification exam, like how many rules we can have in our security group, like how many how many security groups we can attach to our instance. Okay.
You said,
and these,
okay, go ahead, I'm listening.
yeah, so we do not attach security group to our instance. Right now we are talking like we are attaching security group to the instance. We do not attach security group to the instance, but we attach security group to the NIC card. Okay, because all the networking is done through the NIC card.
Okay.
Right? And firewall is doing what? It is just doing the filtering the network part. Right?
Okay.
Okay, now when we create a rule in our security group, so there are different types of rules. Like we'll find one rule, SSH. We'll find RDP. SSH is for connecting to Linux servers, Linux instances. RDP for Windows instances. Okay.
Okay.
Then we have, now based on our requirements, like we have HTTP rule, which works on port 80. We have all traffic. We have a rule called all traffic. All traffic means disabling the firewall. It will open all the ports inside the security group.
Okay.
And there must be minimum one security group attached to our instance.
Okay.
Okay, now if we right click here, if we go to networking, so we can change the security group. So if we click on change security group, so you will be able to see the security group which you have. Now if I click on remove, and if I click on save, so it says that there must be at least one security group attached to our instance. So from here, you can search for the security groups, add security group. And just for example, I have multiple security groups available. So I will use those security groups. Just to show you an example.
Okay.
So 5 security groups, and I can attach these 5 security groups to my instance. But let's say if I attach the 6th security group, here you can see 5 security groups.
Uh-huh.
Now if I right click here, networking, change security group. Now let's say if I add another security group. Strange. 6 security groups are attached. Let's see. Oh, I see. The limit of from AWS and is increased. We can attach up to, I believe, 8 security groups.
Okay.
Yeah, the limit is actually increased
How
by
do you
AWS.
know that?
If we go to, I mean, the service quotas or in the EC2 itself, here at the left side, you will find limits.
Uh-huh.
So now if you search here for security group,
Uh-huh.
yeah, so here you can see 8 security groups can be attached to
So how
an
many?
instance.
Okay. So,
Earlier it was 5. Earlier it was 5. That's why actually, yeah. So we'll just update what we discussed. Yeah, so we can attach 8 security groups to the instance. Okay, this I think is recently updated because so like I think maybe a week ago or maybe 2 weeks ago, because till now it was only 5 security groups.
so how many can attach to
The
Nick?
instance. 2 Nick 16. Oh, sorry. Here you can see 8, 8, 8. Security group per instance, not more than 8.
Okay.
And rules per VPC security group 60. As we already discussed, like 60 inbound and 60 outbound rules. And the number of VPCs, I mean, the number of security groups which we can create,
Uh-huh.
2500, 2500.
Okay.
Okay, so we can attach up to 8 security groups to our instance and 8 security group to one NIC card. Okay. And we can have up to 60 inbound and 60 outbound rules in a security group. Okay, so because these are some direct questions which are asked in the certification exam. Okay, like how many security groups you can attach to an instance, how many security groups you can create in an AWS account, how many, I would say, like how many inbound rules you can create in a security group. So these are some direct questions which are asked in the certification exam.
Okay.
Okay. There is another limit of elastic IP. Okay, as we discussed elastic IP. So we can create up to 5 elastic IPs in our account.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if we go here to limits, for any resource, we'll be able to see the limits.
Yeah.
Let's say elastic IP. Yeah, here you can see elastic IP. So we can create up to 5 elastic IP, not more than 5 elastic IP. Okay.
Okay.
Now, if we talk about instances of
There it is. It says security groups per instance.
yeah. So there is one more, I mean, restriction, which is of the number of instances which we can deploy. Okay, it seems it is not visible here. So if we go here to service quotas,
Uh-huh.
where we can see the limits for all the services of AWS.
Okay.
And if you go to AWS services at the left side, and here we will search for EC2. This is the second option. Okay, let us search here for instance.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so we can launch up to 32 on-demand instances. Okay, here you can see the limit.
Okay.
So we can launch up to 32 instances in our AWS account. Now let's say if you want to launch more than 32 instances, then you have to request them. Yeah, if you choose, let's say here,
What would I?
so
Okay.
yeah, so we click here to request a quota increase. And now let's say you want to deploy 50 servers, so you can request the change. Let's say you need 50 more servers
Okay.
and request. So this will be requested at the AWS end. Okay,
Okay.
and AWS will increase the service limits. Then we'll be able to deploy more servers.
Oh, okay. So you can just, okay. So AWS will just increase it if you ask for
Yeah,
it.
AWS, no, not instantly. It will take some time.
Okay.
Yeah, once it is increased, we'll be able to see that.
Mhm.
So based on our needs, based on our requirements, we can increase these quotas.
Mhm.
So we can launch up to 32 instances. This is another thing which needs to be kept in mind because these questions can be asked directly in the certification exam. Like the
Okay.
number of instances you can launch in the AWS account, or how will you increase the number of instances which you can launch, or how you can increase the number of resources which you can launch in a specific service.
Okay.
So how we can do that? We will go to service quota and we will request a increase on the limit. Okay, the way we did right now. And within 24 hours, AWS will increase it. Okay, or else they will send us a mail regarding like why we want to increase it. Okay,
Uh-huh.
so we just need to give our reason of increasing it, and based on that reason, they will increase it. Okay. Okay, we'll right click on here, go to networking, change security group, then attach network interface.
Okay.
So in attach network interface, we can attach multiple network interfaces to our instances.
Mhm.
Okay, right now only one network interface is attached to our instance. Now if we want to attach multiple network interfaces, so we can click on attach network interface, and first we have to create a NIC card. Okay, and then we will be able to attach it. So can you tell me what will be the use case of attaching multiple NIC cards?
When you want to connect multiple computers.
Mm, yes,
No?
that can be a use case. Or let's say when you need dedicated network resources.
Okay.
In that case, also we can increase the number of NIC cards. So first we have to create it. So to create it, we will go to at the left side under network and security, we'll go to network interfaces. And here we'll click on create. Right now at the moment you will be able to see one network NIC card, right? And
Uh-huh.
that NIC card will be connected to your instance. Okay, you'll be able to see only one NIC card and that would be attached to your instance.
Okay.
Okay. Now we will click on create network interface. And we have to choose a subnet where we want to create it. Subnet we are going to discuss later, but for now we have to choose a subnet, and through that subnet basically our instance will get a public IP. I mean get an IP address.
Okay.
Then IP address attachment like private IP. So we will set it to auto assign, which will automatically assign a private IP to our network interface.
Okay.
Then we have custom. What does custom means? If we choose custom, then we have to provide a private IP.
Okay.
So we'll choose it to set it to auto assign, which will automatically assign a public IP to the instance. Then we have an option of security group. So we can attach multiple security groups to our instance.
Mhm. So you just chose any subnet?
Yeah, any subnet. You can choose any of this one subnet, any of this one.
I
And
don't
you
have
have to attach a second.
I don't have any in my security group. Oh yeah, you have more security groups because you
Yeah.
created more. Okay.
Then create.
So which one you going with, the default?
Yeah, default.
Okay. And then create.
Yeah.
So
And now we'll get back.
subnet or so what about elastic fabric adapter?
That is basically for providing more performance to our NIC card.
Okay.
Now we'll go to instances,
Instances.
and then we'll right click on here and we'll click on networking and attach network interface. And we'll attach the network interface which we created
Okay.
and attach.
All right.
Okay, it is successfully attached to the instance. Are you able to attach it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we have attached two NIC cards to our instance,
Okay.
and we can attach up to 8 security groups to an instance.
Okay.
Okay. So now let's say we attach a network interface. So what will be the use case? I mean, when we are going to use network interface. So when our server need dedicated network resources, in that case, basically we attach multiple NIC cards. So one NIC card will be hosting your website, and another NIC card will be basically, let's say, hosting your some other website.
Okay.
And let's say you want to deattach it. So from here you can deattach it. So to attach a network interface, first you have to create a network interface.
So
Then we have, sorry.
Go ahead, I'm listening to you.
Yeah. Now if we go to image, so here we will find an option of create an image, like create an AMI. We'll get back to this later when we are going to talk about AMIs. And monitoring also we'll discuss later when we are going to talk about CloudWatch.
Okay.
Okay, so far all good. Do you have any doubts or any questions?
No, I'm learning through watching and doing some of the applications. I think I'm gonna have to go back and look at this recording again.
Yeah.
But I'm picking it up. I'm just, I'm processing it. You know, everybody learns.
That is good.
I mean, at least it's making sense to me. I mean, I can't like regurgitate it back to you, but I understand what's happening.
Okay, so yeah, now let us talk about regions and availability zones.
Okay.
Okay, because if you see this instance is running inside availability zone,
Yeah.
like US East 1C.
Okay.
So in AWS, we have a region. And what is a region? Region is just a geographic location,
Mm-hmm.
like Virginia, Northern Virginia.
Yeah.
It is just a location, it is just a geographic location. And inside that region, we have availability zones. And what are availability zones?
They're data centers.
Exactly, they are physical data centers.
Yeah.
So let's say availability zone 1, availability zone 2, and availability zone 3. So in region we have availability zones. So like in Northern Virginia there are actually 6 availability zones. Okay, so in all the regions of AWS there are minimum 2 availability zones.
Okay.
Okay, though in most of the regions they have 3 availability zones. Okay, and some of them, almost right now all of them, 90% of available regions which they have 3 availability zones.
Okay.
Okay, and why there are availability zones?
There are data centers across around the coast.
Yeah, but why there are why there are availability zones, or why there are multiple data centers in a specific region?
It's a good question. I don't know.
We have, if we see like these data centers, we are calling it as availability zone.
Uh-huh.
That is because let's say you have your server running in this availability zone, and now let's say due to some reason this data center gets down. Due to some reason, let's say due to natural calamity, or let's say power cut, or due to any reason, the data center gets down. So there will be other data centers in that region which will be running, which will be hosting your application.
Okay.
That's why we call it as availability zone.
Yeah.
So inside a region, we have availability zone. And these regions basically have a code. All the regions in AWS, if you go to the console, so all these regions basically have a code.
A code?
Yeah, which is basically a region code.
Okay.
So let's say this region has this code like US East 1. Okay, Northern Virginia has a code which is US East 1. So similarly, all the region has a code like US East 1, US East 2, US East 1, US West 1. Now inside this availability zone, inside this region we have availability zone. So these availability zones are also named by the region code. Let's say US East 1A. The first availability zone will be called first A. The second will be called US East 1B. Third will be called US East 1C. Okay. So inside a region we have multiple availability zones. And this availability zone, this region has this region code. And inside that region, the availability zones we have, they have their own region code. They have their own availability zone code. Like this one has US East 1A, US East 1B, US East 1C. And when we deploy resources in AWS, they are deployed inside a availability zone, right? So right now the instance which we have launched, this one, is
Uh-huh.
running in this availability zone,
Oh,
US East 1C.
mine is East 1A.
Yeah, yeah, it differs actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my instance, your instance is running in this availability zone, and my instance is running in this availability zone. So when we launch the instance basically launches inside a availability zone, which is basically a physical data center, right? So when we launch the instance, our instance is launched inside a availability zone. Not only our instance, all the resources which are created through the instance. Like if you go to volumes under elastic block storage, if you go to volumes, so we'll be able to see all the volumes which are attached to our instance. So we attached one volume of 100 gigabytes to our instance.
Okay.
And if we see the availability zone of the volume, it belongs to the same availability zone where our instance is running,
Okay.
right? So it is not possible that if we have an instance running in US East 1A and we have a volume in US East 1C or any other availability zone, so we cannot attach that volume to the instance.
Okay.
Now let us talk about volumes. Okay, before talking about volume, what we are going to do is we are going to detach this volume of 100 gigabytes from our server. So we'll choose that volume, then actions, and detach volume, and yes, detach.
Okay. So volumes. Okay. Why did we detach the volume?
Yeah, I'm just going to show you some example. That's why I just detached it.
Oh, okay. I detached mine too.
Yes, and we'll detach it means this volume will be this disk will be removed from our server, and we are going to delete it because right now we don't need it. That's why we are just detaching. Okay, so right now our instance has only one volume attached to it. Are you getting?
Yep. So, but you deleted yours, so should I delete mine?
Yes, yes, yes. Please delete it because that actually doesn't come under the free tier plan. So there will be a very minute charge for using that, which will be in cents. Might
Okay.
be 10 cents or maybe less than that.
Okay.
So let us create a volume and we'll attach this volume to our run instance running.
Okay. So we're gonna create a volume. Okay.
Yeah, so let's say volume type we are going to discuss later. After this, like this hands-on of volume, then we are going to talk about volume types. Then size of the volume. Minimum size must be 1 gigabyte and maximum it can be 16 terabytes. Let's
Okay.
say I want to create a volume of 5 gigabytes.
So 5 gigabytes. Okay.
And availability zone.
Am
So we
I
have to create, yeah, so we have to create the volume in the same availability zone where our instance is running. Now
okay?
let's say my instance is running in US East 1C. And let's say if I create the volume in US East 1A.
Uh-huh.
Okay, don't create it. I'm just going to show you an example. So if I create it in this availability zone, and if I hit create volume, The volume has been created. Now let's say if I try to attach this volume to my instance, so it says no running or stopped instance found in this availability zone. So we can only attach the volume to an instance which is running in this availability zone. And as of now, we don't have any instance which is running in this availability zone. In my case, my instance is running in US East 1C.
Okay.
So I cannot attach this volume to that instance. So the volume must be created in the same availability zone where the instance is running.
Okay.
So I'll just delete this one and I'll recreate. So create volume, let's say 5 gigabytes. Availability zone, I'll set it to my instance availability zone where my instance is running. And snapshot encryption tags, we'll keep it as a blank. And then create volume. So the volume has been created and it is in available state. Now we will click on attach volume. And now you'll find the instance. Okay, earlier we were not able to find that instance. That was because the volume which we created was not in the same availability zone where our instance is running.
Okay. So attach it?
Yes, attach.
Okay. Okay.
And once we attach it, we will get additional 5 gigabyte of storage inside our server. Okay.
Okay.
Now, based on our use case, we can create multiple volumes and we can attach to our instance. Okay, so there is one question which is asked in the certification exam. Actually, they will be giving you one scenario. They will give you, like, let's say one instance, let's say there is a user Dave. Dave has launched an EC2 instance and he wants to increase the size of the instance. I mean, he wants to increase the volume of the instance. So he created one volume, and when he's trying to attach the volume to the instance, he's not able to find the instance which is running. So then you will find some options. It will say like the instance belong to some other availability zone, or the instance is not running, or the instance must be stopped, or none of these. So the answer is?
The answer is
The volume is in different availability zone where the instance is running. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the instance where yeah. Okay.
Similarly, any resource which we create, even the network interface which we create, it must belong to the same availability zone where our instance is running, the one which we create. Now let us talk about volume types.
Okay.
So there are two types of volumes. In AWS, we have two types of volumes. Like we have, like we discussed, okay, like we have two types of volume. We already discussed about root volume and data volume. That are not actually types of volume. Yeah, we can categorize it based on like type of a volume. So we have data volume, root volume and data volume. So what is a root volume?
It's the okay, I'm watching.
Yeah, where the instance operating system is installed.
So that's wherever my availability zone is.
Yeah. And this is also called primary disk.
Okay, primary disk. Okay.
And this is also called secondary disk. this, and in this what we do, we store our data. Okay. Okay, now let's talk about the volumes which we attach to the instance. So there are two types of volume which we attach to our instance. One is instance store. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm just muting because I'm doing something.
Okay, so we have an instance volume and another we have is EBS volume. Okay, EBS stands for Elastic Block Storage.
Okay, I see that on the other side.
Yeah, on the console you'll be able to see that. We are going to discuss that in a minute. And we have instance store volume. So if our instance is using instance store volume, if our instance is using instance store volume, and if we reboot the instance, if we reboot the instance or if we shut down the instance, the data stored in the volume gets deleted. Okay, so if our instance store volume is, or if our instance is using instance store volume, so when we launch our instance, basically our instance either use instance store or EBS volume. Okay, and most of the instances in AWS basically use EBS volume.
Okay.
So if we are using instance store volume, like only there are hardly like 5 or 10 AMIs, or maybe more than that, which uses instance store volume. And rest all the AMIs uses EBS volume. So if our instance is using instance store volume, and if we reboot the instance or shut it down, the data stored inside the volume gets deleted.
Okay.
But if we are using EBS volume, so the data stored in the instance doesn't get deleted. Deleted if we terminate the instance. Oh, sorry, if we stop the instance, stop or reboot the instance. Okay.
Okay.
So this type of volume is called persistent volume. And this type of volume is also called ephemeral volume.
Okay.
Okay, so this is called persistent volume, which by the name itself we can determine, which means like the volume which where the data is persistent, which means it doesn't get deleted when we start or reboot the instance, reboot or stop the instance, right? So in most of the use cases, in most of the cases, actually we use EBS volume.
Uh-huh.
And right now, if we go to EBS, so the volume which we were creating was EBS volume. And one more thing here we have is, so this instance store volume can only be the root volume. The
Okay.
root volume can become instance store volume, but a data volume cannot become an instance store volume. Only the root volume can become the instance store volume, whereas data volume cannot become the instance store volume.
Okay.
Whereas EBS volume, both of the, like, root volume can also become a EBS volume, and data volume can also become a EBS volume. Okay, both of these volumes can become a EBS volume,
Okay.
whereas only root volume can become the instance store volume. It is just type of volume. Okay. So these are some other things which can be asked in the certification exam. Let's say the user is using an instance store volume, and like when the user reboots the instance, the data stored inside the instance gets lost. So what is the reason? So such kind of question can be asked.
Okay.
And there can be question, what is the use case of using root volume? And root volume, basically our operating system is installed.
Yeah.
And in our EBS volume, we have our uh, that is basically a persistent volume, which means even if we reboot, if we shut down the instance, the data which is stored inside the instance still stays. Now let us talk about types of volumes, volume types.
Okay.
Okay, before talking about volume types, if we go here to launch instance, and here at the left side, if we go to community AMIs, and if you scroll all over down, you will find root device type. So here you can find the two types of volume, EBS and instance store. Plus, if you go to quick start, you will be able to see under the device type itself, you can see EBS, root device.
Okay.
Only there, I think you will only find maybe one or two, I mean, few AMIs which are using instance store volume. Rest, most of the AMIs are using EBS volume. Now, if we go to committee AMIs and instance store, yes, so here you can find some of the AMIs which are using instance store volume. Not some, actually, there are 9,233 AMIs which are using instance store volume.
Okay.
And if I choose EBS, so there are more than 100,000 AMIs which are using EBS volume. So there are very less or few volumes, few AMIs or few instances actually which uses instance store volume.
Okay.
Okay. Now let us talk about volume types. Just open one chart. So when we launch the instance, okay, first before talking about these volumes, volume types, do you know what is SSD, what is HDD?
SSD.
Mhm.
No.
Okay, so SSD basically stands for solid state drive, and SSD is basically faster than HDD. Sorry, HDD. Yeah. So HDD is basically hard disk drive.
Okay.
Okay, in terms of performance, SSD is faster than HDD. Okay, the data writing speed is faster in SSDs as compared to HDDs. Okay, so In cloud also we get two varieties of volumes. One is SSDs and HDDs. Whereas SSDs are very faster in terms of booting. Okay, right now if you are using a Mac machine, so Mac machine actually use SSDs. So when you start your system, it hardly takes maybe 10 or 15 seconds to start your machine, right? But if you see a laptop which is using hard HDD drive, it takes like 30 seconds to a minute to start, right? That is because SSDs have higher read-write speed. Okay, they have high read-write speeds.
Okay.
Now in AWS, they have categorized the volumes in two types. One is solid state and HSDs. And inside solid state, they have categorized it in another two volume types. One is general purpose and provisioned IOPS.
Okay.
And in HDDs, we have throughput optimized and cold HSDs. Okay, so this is a very important part because this is actually asked in the certification exam.
Okay.
So in SSD, first type we have is general purpose. And if we see the description, so it says general purpose SSD volume that balances price and performance for a wide variety of workloads. Okay, so that is basically, uh, I mean, what that, for what that volume type is created for.
Mhm.
Then we have use cases. So it is recommended for most of the workloads. Okay, workloads just means like hosting a site or hosting an application or anything which you want to do on the server.
Mhm.
It is also used as a system boot volume.
Mhm.
Okay, actually, this volume which we were talking so far, this one, root disk volume, this is also called boot volume.
Okay.
Why we call it as boot volume? Because from this volume our operating system boots.
Okay.
So these are some of the use cases of it, like virtual desktop, low latency, interactive apps, development and testing environments.
Mhm.
API name we'll discuss later. I'll show you that in the console. Then this is the volume size. So if we are creating a volume of general purpose type, so the minimum size of the volume must be 1 gigabyte and it can go up to 16 terabytes. Okay. Do you
Okay.
know how much GB we have in 1 terabyte?
1,000.
Yeah, 1023.
Oh, okay. I was close.
Yeah. Then we have max IOPS. Max IOPS basically defines the input-output process stream of our volume. Okay, that basically defines the network throughput.
Mhm.
Then we have max throughput. That basically defines the read-write speed of the volume.
Mhm.
So here if we see there are some things which needs to be, I mean, which can be asked in the certification exam, which are like what will be the use case of general purpose and what can be the minimal volume size. Okay, what is the API name of general purpose SSD? So these questions can be directly asked in the certification exam.
Okay.
Then we have provisioned IOPS. So these are high performance SSD volumes for mission critical low latency or high throughput workloads. And if we talk about the use case, so critical business application that requires sustained IOPS performance or more than 10,000 IOPS or 160 Mbps of throughputs per volume.
Mhm.
And it is for large database workloads like for MongoDB database, Cassandra database, Microsoft SQL Server, MySQL database, Postgres SQL Server, and Oracle Server.
Okay. So what does that mean, high throughput workloads?
High throughput workloads, it means when, let's say, there are like lots of requests on your server.
Okay.
And let's say when you connect to your instance by the public IP, so that is actually a request on the server.
Okay.
Now let's say you have thousands of requests per second on your instance. So instance will basically take some time to read the data which is inside your disk or in your volume. So that is basically defined from throughputs and max IOPS actually.
Okay.
And this kind of volume is basically used when you are going to host a database like MongoDB database, Cassandra database, SQL Server database. Do you have any idea about databases?
Yeah, like SQL, like Microsoft Access, Share Drive.
Share drive is not a database. It is just a share drive is where we
I mean,
can.
SharePoint. Isn't it SharePoint?
No, SharePoint is an application.
Okay. Well, I know those two, at least SQL and Access.
No SQL. SQL and no SQL. Yeah, Access. Microsoft Access. That is also a database.
Yeah.
So if you want to host a database, so in that case, basically we can use provisioned IOPS.
Okay.
Then we have hard disk types, like we have throughput optimized and whole HDDs. So these are basically used for like these volumes can be used for, these volumes actually can be used as a root volume or the boot volume. Okay, these two volumes, but these volumes cannot be used for a as a root volume or a boot volume.
Okay.
Okay, so first we have is throughput optimized. So these are low cost HDDs. So if we talk about like why there are different types of volumes available, okay, why don't we use the highest performance volume? Why we are talking about some other volumes? The reason is of pricing.
Yeah.
This is very expensive. This is the best volume which AWS provides, but this is very expensive as compared to other volumes.
Okay.
Okay, so it differs in pricing, it differs in performance. Okay, so this volume basically provides best performance and it is very expensive as compared to other volumes. Okay, now if we talk about, yeah, if we talk about throughput optimized HDDs, so these are low cost HDD volumes, and these are basically used for frequently access data and throughput uh, intensive workload, sorry. So if we talk about some of the use cases, so it is used for streaming workloads requiring consistent fast throughputs at a lower price. Okay, so if our need is for accessing the data, frequently accessing the data which is hosted on our server, and we want to keep our, if our budget is low, in that case we can use throughput optimized, which is very cheap SSD. And there are some other use cases like it can be used for big data, data warehouse, log processing, but it cannot be a boot volume. Okay,
Yeah.
if we go to the console, let's say we launch an instance. If we go to storage, so this is basically our root volume, right?
Yeah.
So here we have only 4 options available.
Yeah.
We don't have those volumes. I
The
mean,
HHD.
yeah, HSDs we
I
don't
mean
have.
HDD.
Yeah, but if we create EBS another volume as a data volume, then we'll have those options. Here you can see cold HSDs and
Okay.
throughput optimized HDDs. So these volumes cannot be used as a root volume, cold HSD and throughput optimized.
Okay.
Plus there are limits, like the size must be, minimum size must be for 500 gigabytes
Yeah.
and maximum can be 16 terabytes.
Okay.
Same in provisioned apps, we also have a minimum size. We have 4 gigabyte as a minimum size and it can go up to 16 terabytes. Now if we talk about old HSDs, so it is basically the lowest cost HSD volumes, which are designed for less frequently accessed workloads. So this is the cheapest volume. This is the cheapest volume.
Yeah.
If we go to EBS pricing, let us compare some of the pricing of the volumes. So if you see general purpose SSD, so this is the price for general purpose SSDs. And if you see provisioned IOPS, so it is very expensive. It is 125 cents per GB.
Yeah.
And if we compare it with general purpose, so it is higher. Okay, and there is another charge on provisioned IOPS disk, which is of IOPS. Okay, we are going to talk about IOPS. What is IOPS? And and these are basically both are same types of volumes, provisioned IOPS. This is these. The
Okay.
pricing is also same. Then we have throughput optimized, and this is the price of throughput optimized. If you see the price of this HSD volumes, it is very cheap as compared to general purpose and provision, which is 0.045 cents.
Yeah.
And if you see cold HSD, it is almost 50% less than, not 50, 60% less than throughput optimized HSDs.
Yeah.
So they differ in terms of pricing, they differ in terms of performance.
Okay.
Now if our use case is like uh, where we need like scenarios where the lowest storage cost is important, so in that case basically we use cold HSDs. Okay.
Okay.
In case we need a volume which is very cheap, in
Yeah.
that case basically we use this one. But it doesn't perform good performance. Okay, if our use case is just to store the data inside the instance, in that case basically we can use cold HSDs.
Yeah.
And the minimum size of the disk must be 500 gigabytes and it can go up to 16 terabytes.
Okay.
So let's say so far we used to use the general purpose SSD. Now
Mhm.
let's say if we use provisioned IOPS, so we can set an IOPS value also. And this IOPS value is basically set on the basis of the volume size. If our volume size is 1 gigabyte, it is basically set on this ratio, which is 1:50. So if our volume size is 1 gigabyte, so it can have 50 IOPS.
Okay.
If our volume size is 8 gigabytes, then it can have 400 IOPS. If it is, let's say, 200 gigabytes, so it can have 10,000 IOPS.
Okay.
And IOPS basically defines the performance of network on our instance, on our EBS volume actually. Yeah. The
Performance.
volume which is, sorry?
You said it's the performance of what?
Performance of our volume.
Of the volume.
Yeah.
Okay.
So while using provisioned IOPS, you have to set a IOPS value. Now depending upon our use case, basically we set a IOPS value.
Okay.
And we cannot use in root volume old HDDs or throughput optimized. So these are some things which can be asked in the certification exam. Like the user is trying to launch an instance and the user wants to use throughput optimized volume, throughput optimized HDD volume. So they can ask like, can the user use that volume as a root volume? So the answer is no.
Yeah.
So there are some questions as in the certification exam which are either true or false. So the answer will be false.
Okay.
The user cannot use it.
Are there any questions on the test where you have to fill in like I don't know, fill in a passage or whatever? Like
No,
type.
no, no, no.
So
No,
it's
no,
just
no.
it's just multiple choice.
MCQ, exactly. Multiple
Okay.
choice. It's a very easy certification exam.
Okay.
Okay, it is like there will be 55 questions and you have to do within
Oh, it's 5 questions.
120 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, not 120 minutes, 110 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as long as you know the information, then it shouldn't be too complicated.
Yeah, if you have done all the hands-on which we are doing and all the theory part which we are actually talking about, so then it is very easy for you to pass the certification exam.
Okay.
Then after the training, I will be providing you one book which is officially provided by AWS, which has up to 600 questions, practice questions actually. So if you go through all those questions, you will be easily able to pass the certification exam.
Okay.
Actually, passing the certification exam is not a very big deal. It's very easy. Even if you don't know AWS, and if you have just general idea about AWS, you will be able to pass the certification exam.
Okay.
Or if you just cram some questions or some answers, you will be able to pass it. But let's say you have passed the certification exam, and if you get the job, so in the job, nothing will be theory. Everything is going to be hands-on.
Yeah.
Right? Because if you don't know the hands-on, then it will be difficult for you to do the day-to-day your job roles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So then here at the fifth side, I mean this option which says delete on termination, which is enabled, which means when we delete the instance, this volume will be deleted.
Okay.
Same we can apply on our data volumes, which means when the volume is the instance is deleted, the data volume will also get deleted.
Yeah.
The last option is of encryption. Do you know what is encryption?
Yeah, it's when the data is scrambled for security purposes.
Data is scrambled.
Yeah, you need like a password to unencrypt it.
Exactly. So we can also encrypt our EBS volume, the volume which is attached to our instance. Okay,
Okay.
right now this volume, let's say you are storing some sensitive data, and
Yeah.
this data is basically stored on the cloud. Okay. Now, let's say the data center guys can basically access your data.
Uh-huh.
Just for security reasons, what we can do is we can encrypt the data which is stored inside our volume.
Okay.
So even if someone gets access to our volume, they will not be able to decrypt the data.
Okay.
So we can use a KMS key. What is KMS? KMS stands for Key Management Service of AWS, which is basically a key to which we can encrypt the volume. Then we'll click on Review and Launch and Launch to instance. So we are launching an instance which has two volumes attached to it. One is a provisioned IOPS, another is a general purpose. Okay, I'm sending you this image on the chat, so you can save it for your future reference.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, you can go to this pricing reference. Okay, so the instance is up and running. And if we go to storage, so we are able to see the volumes which are attached to the instance.
Okay.
Okay, so we talked about volumes. Now let us talk about snapshots.
Okay.
Do you know what is a snapshot?
Yeah, didn't we take a snapshot earlier?
No, we didn't take any snapshot.
Oh, no, I don't know what a snapshot is then. But I'm thinking that it gives like you an overview of
No, that was screenshot.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, I don't know what snapshot is.
Yeah, snapshot is basically used for taking backup of your instance. Let's say you are running an application in your EC2 instance and you want to take a backup of your server.
Mm-hmm.
So with the help of a snapshot, we can take a backup of our server. So let's say we have one instance running, which is this instance. Two instances. And this instance is basically, let's say, hosting our web application. And what we want to do is we want to take a backup of this instance.
Okay.
Why do we create a backup?
Just in case we delete it by accident?
Yeah, delete it by accident, or let's say if anything wrong happens in our server or in our application, just in case to recover it, we create backups.
Okay.
So we'll go to snapshots, and then we'll click on create snapshot, and then we have to choose a volume, the volume of which we have to create a snapshot. And here you will be able to see some, like one string, like a prefix of vol and a random string. Okay, so basically it is showing you the volume ID.
Okay.
So here first you can see a resource type. We have two resource type, volume or a instance. So we can also create a backup of a specific volume.
Okay.
Or we can create a backup of our whole instance. So let's say the Linux server instance which we created. So it is detecting all the volumes which are attached to our instance. So right now there are two volumes which are attached to our instance. So what it is going to do, it is going to create a snapshot of all the volumes which are attached to the instance.
Okay.
And then we'll click on this option which says exclude root volume. If we click on exclude root volume, then it is not going to create a backup of the volume of the root volume wherever operating system is installed. And in most of the use cases, we do not create the backup of the root volume because it is just storing the operating system, right? It is not storing any data. For data, basically, we create a data volume, right? So for now, let us create the snapshot of both the volumes and then create snapshots. It is going to create the snapshots. It is going to take some time depending on the volume size. As our volume size was very low, like 5 or 10 gigabytes, so the volume has been created, the snapshot has been created.
Okay.
So when do we create a snapshot? Let us talk about when do we create a snapshot.
Okay.
So the use case of snapshot is for creating backups. So let's say you have deployed a EC2 instance and you have deployed your application. Let's say you have set up the web server and you have deployed your application code on the server.
Okay.
Now, once you have deployed the application on code on the web server, once it becomes stable, once it becomes in running state, it means like we were able to see that web page, right?
Yeah.
The test web page. So that is basically a running state of our application.
Okay.
Right. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a snapshot of that state, which is the working state of our application.
Okay.
Snapshot. And snapshot is not actually created of an instance. Snapshot is created of a volume.
Yeah.
So we create a snapshot of that volume. And now let's say something wrong happens. Let's say this instance gets down. Or let's say some data gets corrupted or something else happens. But the data gets lost. So what we can do is, of this volume, we can create this snapshot, we can create a volume. We can create a volume through this snapshot. And what we can do is, once this is corrupted, so what we can do, we can deattach, we can delete the volume which is attached to this instance. And we can attach the new volume which we have created through the snapshot. And in that way, the application will get recovered.
Okay.
So what we are going to do, once the application is running state, we are going to create a snapshot of that. And once, let's say, due to some reason, the application data gets deleted or the application got unstable. So what we are going to do, through the snapshot, we are going to create a volume. and the volume which is attached to the instance, we are going to delete it, and we are going to attach the volume which we created to the instance, to the snapshot, and in that way our instance will be recovered.
Yeah.
Okay, so would you like to take a lunch break?
Yes.
Yeah. So we will continue at 12:30.
Okay. All right.
All right. Yeah.
Bye.
And we'll copy paste the command.
Okay.
And in the server, we are going to run sudo systemctl start httpd and enable httpd.
Okay.
So we are able to access the application. So we have to just run these two commands after logging into the instance. Now our application is up and running. Okay, now our application actually is in running state, right? Now what we are going to do is we are going to create a backup. So we'll go to snapshots, and the one which we have, we will delete these snapshots, and we are going to create new one. So create snapshot, and we will choose the resource type as instance,
Okay.
and we will choose this server, the Linux server, where our application is hosted. And we will create the snapshot of both the volumes and create snapshot. So what we did, we created, we launched one instance, and we brought the instance in a running state. Okay. And then we created a snapshot of the instance, right?
Yes.
Once the snapshot is created, we will make some changes. We'll make this server unstable. Okay, and then we'll see how we can recover it. So the snapshots are created. Another thing which AWS actually recommends is, like, we create the, like, it is recommended by AWS that we create the snapshot of the instance which is like, I mean, the instance must be stopped while creating the snapshot. That is just a recommendation by AWS. Okay, if the instance is stopped, then it will create the snapshot much more faster.
Okay.
We can also create it in running state as we did right now. Now we are going to log into the instance. And we are going to run this command sudo systemctl stop httpd.
Okay.
And once we do that, our application is down. Okay, our application is down. Now let's say due to some reason something happened, something went wrong, and our application is down.
Okay.
Now let us see how we can recover it. So we'll go to the instances, and this is the instance. Then we'll go to storage, and first basically we are going to stop this instance. So we'll click on actions. Sorry, we'll right click on it, then instance state, and we'll stop the instance. So the instance is now stopped. Now we'll choose the volume ID. The volume ID is of 10 gigabytes. I mean, the volume is of 10 gigabytes. And right now it says the volume is in use, right? That is because it is attached to our instance. So what we are going to do is we are going to deattach it. We are going to deattach it from our instance. As the instance is stopped, so it will be deattached. If the instance is in running state, then we will not be able to deattach the volume.
Okay.
Now what we are going to do is we are going to create a volume from the snapshot. So this is the volume. We click on actions and create volume. So we are creating a volume through the snapshot, and based on where our instance is, we are going to create the create a volume in that availability zone. So my instance is in US East 1C, so I'm going to create the volume in US East 1C. So what we are doing, we are creating a volume through a snapshot. Okay, and then create volume. Now if you go to volumes, so you will find a volume which is created by the snapshot. Now let's say how will you identify which is the volume which is created by the snapshot. So all the resources which we create in AWS have a, not in AWS, I mean in EC2 have a unique ID. Like here you can see the volume ID. Similarly, snapshots also have their own ID. So this is the snapshot ID. We are going to copy it, and we'll go to volumes, and we are going to filter it based on the snapshot ID. So this is the volume which is created by the snapshot. Now we are going to attach this volume to the instance. So we'll click on actions and attach volume. So this is the instance, the Linux server instance which is stopped. And we have to attach the device as XVDA, because that is where the devices, the root volume is mounted on.
Okay.
Then attach. And if we go to instances, now if we click on the instance and start. So once it is in running state, we are going to copy the instance is now in running state. We are going to copy the public IP.
Okay.
Copy the public IP and paste it on the, try to access the application. Are you able to access it?
I'm watching. I'm not following. I'm watching.
Oh, I see. Okay, let me, actually the instance didn't got an public IP, so I'm just checking the network interface which is attached to it. Okay, now our instance has an IP. So we click on that, copy that IP and paste it on the browser. So we are able to see the application, right? Earlier it was not working, right? Before we did that operation or the surgery of our instance. Okay, now it is working. That is because we recovered it from the snapshot. If we wouldn't have the snapshot, then it would become difficult to recover it, right? So with the help of snapshot, we can easily recover our instance. Do you have any doubts or any question?
Nope. I'm clear.
Okay, cool. So what we did, just a recap. So what we did, we launched an instance, we set up the application on the instance, and when everything was working good, we created a snapshot of that instance, and then just to test things out, like just to see how snapshot works. So we made some changes in our instance, and then the application actually went down. Now to recover the state of the instance, so what we did, the snapshot which we created, the snapshot of the working state. So what we did, we created a volume through that snapshot, and then we stopped the instance and we detached the volume which is attached to the instance, and the volume which we created using the snapshot, we attached it to the instance, and through that basically our instance is recovered. Okay, so what is snapshot? Snapshot is just a replica of our volume which is attached to our instance. Okay, snapshot is actually dealing with volumes.
Okay.
So right now we created a manual backup. This is called manual snapshot or manual backup, right? Now let's say you want to automate the creation of snapshot. Okay, you want to automate the creation of the snapshots.
Okay.
Like, let's say you want to create the backup of your instance daily. Let's say at 2 a.m. you want to create the snapshot of your snapshot of your instance. So how we can do that?
Well, we would have to stop the instance, create the snapshot.
Yeah, but to do that, we have to daily log into the AWS account and create the snapshot manually,
Right.
right? But let's say we want to create the backup daily, and we also don't want to log into the AWS account daily for doing that. So for that, we have Lifecycle Manager, which is also called Snapshot Lifecycle Manager. I'll delete these, which I have already. So here in Lifecycle Manager, we can automate the creation of our snapshots. So far, we saw how we can create a manual snapshot. Now, let's say you want to automate it. Let's say you want to create daily at 12 a.m. or maybe 2 a.m. You want to create a snapshot of your instance. Okay. Or let's say after every 6 hours or after every 12 hours, you want to create a backup of your instance. Okay. So that we can automate using Lifecycle Manager. So once we just need to configure the Lifecycle Manager, and Lifecycle Manager will take care of creating the snapshots of our instance. So here we'll click on, so for Lifecycle Manager, we have to create a policy. And in that policy, basically we define at what time we want to create the backup and retention period of the backup. Okay, when I am saying backup, I'm referring to snapshot. Okay. So here we'll click on create snapshot lifecycle policy. Are you getting or are you confused?
No, I'm watching. I'm following. This is good.
Okay, so first we have to give a description. Let's say my automated snapshot policy. Then resource type, like the same thing we had while we create a snapshot, like of which resource you want to create a snapshot, like a volume or a
Okay.
instance.
So I thought that we went instant, right?
Yeah. Then the instance name. Okay, so our instance name was Linux server, right?
Okay.
And then you'll find IAM role, which we are going to talk later today. And then policy schedule. So first you have to give the schedule name. Let's say my policy schedule. I mean my schedule. Now frequency, like how you want to create the snapshot, how frequently you want to create the snapshot. So you want to create it daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, okay? Or
Okay.
custom cron expression. Custom cron expression, it means it will be your own, like once in 6 months or once in a year. Those things you can set up. Now let's say I want to create the backup of the instance daily, and after every 12 hours. Or let's say after every 24 hours. If I set to 24 hours and if I set it to daily, so automatically daily it is going to create one snapshot of my instance. But let's say if I want to create it every 12 hours, so how many snapshots it is going to create in a day? Two snapshots. If I set it to 1, then 24 snapshots.
Okay.
Okay, then when we want to start this policy to execute. So here in AWS, actually you'll find all the time in UTC zone, which is Universal Time Clock. Okay.
Okay.
So let's say we want to create the backup daily and after every 24 hours. Now we have retention. Do you know what is retention?
Yes.
So retention basically means like how many snapshot you want to keep. Now let's say retention type, let's say if I set it to age, and not age, actually count. Okay, let's say we set it to age, and let's say if I set it to 5 days, so what it is going to do, let's say if it starts creating the snapshots, if I set the retention period as 5, so it will create the snapshot day 1 and day 2 and 3
Okay.
and 4. So day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. These are all snapshots. And in day 6, when it creates the snapshot, what it is going to do, it is going to delete this snapshot.
Okay.
And on day 7, when it creates the snapshot, it is going to delete the older one. If we set it to 5, so it will automatic. Now let's say if you have created a policy, I mean automated snapshot after every 24 hours. Let's say you log into your AWS account after, let's say, a year. So you will have like almost 365 snapshots in your account. But you don't need that much snapshot. You just need the backup of, let's say, last 15 days or last one week, right? And older ones you want, it must automatically get deleted, right?
Okay.
So we can set the retention. Okay, in most of the use cases we keep it as 7 days. Okay, or depending on a per application type, we can keep it to 15 days or 30 days.
Okay.
Then we have set, you have to set the interval time, like let's say 3 days, 7 days after it is created. Automatically it is going to delete the older ones. So
Okay.
always it is going to keep the 7 latest ones.
Okay.
Or we can have retention type of count. Like count, it means like how many number of snapshot we want to keep. One is based on age, like last 7 days or last 1 week, okay, depending on our use case. And then we have retention type as count. Okay, let's say if I'm creating the snapshot every 1 hour, so it is going to keep this snapshot like 24 snapshots in a day.
Okay.
But I just want to keep the last snapshot of last 5 hours or last 5 latest snapshots. So I can set the count as 5. So it will create the snapshots of, it will only create 5 snapshots, or it will only keep 5 snapshots, and the older one it is going to automatically delete it.
Okay.
Yeah. So tags are optional. Tags we are going to actually discuss later. And then here you have one option. This is not actually actually this is recently released. This is released this year in AWS, and this is actually not part of the certification exam. But let us talk about this. This is basically about, let's say if we have created a snapshot of our instance and the instance size is, let's say 200 terabyte, 2 terabytes. So it is going to take maybe an hour to create the snapshot.
Okay.
Right? More than 1 hour to create the snapshot, because the size of the volume.
Okay.
Now let's say if you want to create the volume or you want to recover the snapshot. So what you are going to do, you are going to create a volume. And as the snapshot size is big, So it is going to take some time for the volume also to get created, right?
Okay.
So we can enable fast snapshot restore. If we enable fast snapshot restore, so the snapshot will be created faster.
Okay.
Okay, if it is going to take like an hour, and if we enable fast snapshot restore, then it is just going to take like 30 minutes to do that.
Okay.
Then we have cross region copy. So if you want to move this snapshot from one region to another region, so that also we can do. Okay,
Okay.
this basically we do in case of disaster recovery.
Okay.
Let's say this whole region gets down and you want to set up your infrastructure again. So in that case, what you can do is you can migrate your snapshots from one region to another region. So if we enable cross region copy, so we'll be able to pass it to some other region.
Okay.
And if you want to exclude the snapshot of the root volume, then we can exclude it. And most of the use cases, basically we exclude the root volume because root volume just has the operating system. It doesn't have any data.
Okay.
Then we are going to enable this policy and create policy. The policy creation is in progress. So the policy has been created. And if you see the policy summary, yeah, the schedule, so you'll be able to see it is going to create every 1 hour starting from 9 UTC. If we see the time right now in UTC, right now it is 4:59 p.m.
Yeah.
So this will start at 9 a.m. UTC time.
Okay.
And it will create up to 5 snapshots.
Okay.
Okay, so far any doubts or any questions?
No, not yet.
Okay, so it is going to create the snapshots of the instance after every 24 hours, and it is going to keep the snapshot of last 5 days. Okay, or we can say latest snapshot of last 5 days.
Okay.
Okay, so we have talked about volumes, we have talked about snapshots, and we have talked about lifecycle manager. So lifecycle manager is just for creating the snapshots. I mean, automated. Automate the creation of snapshots. Automate the creation and deletion of snapshots actually. Okay. Now, if we go to snapshots, now let us see what are the operations which we can perform on a snapshot.
Mm-hmm.
So the first option says delete, which will delete the snapshot. Then we have second option, which is create volume, through which we can create a volume. Through the snapshot through which we can create the volume. The third option is manage snapshot restore, which will allow us to create the snapshot. Restore the snapshot faster. And the fourth option is to create a image.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, image we are going to discuss later. Actually, we are going to discuss that after this. Then we have copy. If you want to copy this snapshot to some other region of AWS, so that also we can do. Right now it is in Virginia. And let's say I want to migrate it to Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be copied over to other region. Now in case of disaster recovery, we can recover it.
Okay.
So here you can see it is being copied
Yeah.
from Virginia to Ohio. So as we are copying it across one region to another region, so it is going to take some time. So this kind of operation we perform in case of disaster recovery.
Okay. So that means like if
The whole region gets down,
yeah,
in that case we can deploy the resource in some other region.
yeah. Okay.
Now let's talk about creating our own image. Once it is created, that is created now. Now in this region, in Ohio region, what we can do is we can create a volume, or based on our needs, we can perform any action.
Mm-hmm.
So the last second option we have is of modify permission. So right now the snapshot is private. Now let's say you want to share this snapshot across another AWS account.
Mm-hmm.
So we just need to provide the account ID of the second AWS account and save. So that account will have access to the snapshot which we have created here. Or we can also make it publicly accessible. So anyone in the world will be able to access the snapshot. Who has an AWS account will be able to access the snapshot. Okay.
Okay.
So here if you click, so you can see owned by me, public snapshots and private snapshots. So right now we only have one snapshot. If we click on public snapshots, so we'll be able to see the snapshots which are created by other peoples in the world.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, now let us talk about, so we talked about volume, snapshot, lifecycle manager. Now let us talk about AMIs. Okay, so we can also create our own AMI. Okay, own AMI, it means
Okay.
On AMI, it means through which we can deploy an instance. Okay, so let's say you're working in an organization, and that organization basically requires some softwares. Okay, let
Yeah.
us launch one instance. We will terminate these instances. We don't need these instances anymore. So we click on actions, instance state, terminate.
So delete my instances.
Yes, delete all the instances. We are now going to work with the Windows instance.
Okay.
Okay, now we'll click on launch instances.
Wait a minute. Where are you?
Let me see.
You went to instances,
Launch instance actually.
launch instance. Okay.
Then we are going to choose this Windows operating system.
Okay.
And actually just for this use case, we are going to choose T2.medium, which has 2B CPU and 4 GB of RAM. Because actually it will be faster. And so far we used to skip this step, right? We used to skip this part, the third step. Right?
Wait. Go. Can you go back? So you launched an instance. What did you choose for your AMI?
Windows Server.
Oh. Windows Server base.
Yeah, 2019.
Okay. And now next.
Choose the instance type as T2.medium, which has 2B CPU and 4 GB of RAM.
Okay, so choose a P2 medium. Okay. Okay. Now I'm here.
Yeah, the number of instances will be, so here, so far we used to skip this step, which was configure instance details. So
Yeah.
now let us talk about some of these options, because we are familiar right now with some of these options. Like we are familiar with shutdown behavior, we are actually familiar with hibernation, termination protection. Okay. So the first option says the number of instances you want to launch. So by default, it is set to one instance. Let's say if I set to two, so it is going to deploy two instances of the same configuration, like with Windows Server operating system and 2-core CPU and 4 GB of RAM.
Okay.
Purchasing option we are going to discuss completely later, and networking also we are going to discuss later. This part also we are going to discuss later. Shutdown behavior, we have two types: stop and terminate, which we already saw.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have hibernation behavior. So we talked about hibernation. Hibernation is basically keeping our instance in sleep, right? So we can enable hibernation, and hibernation can only be enabled while launching the instance. After the instance is launched, we cannot change the hibernation of the instance. We cannot hibernate the instance after the instance is launched. So hibernation we have to enable while launching the instance.
Okay.
So there are some prerequisites before enabling hibernation. That is, to enable hibernation, space is allocated on the root volume to store the instance memory. Make sure that you have the root volume. The root volume is large enough to store the RAM contents and accommodate your extended usage like operating system and application. To use hibernation, the root volume must be an encrypted EBS volume. Okay, so there are two prerequisites. One is uh, based on your RAM. Let's say you are using a 4 GB of RAM. So in the EBS volume, the storage, you must have at least 4 GB of free space. Plus, in your storage, that storage volume must be encrypted. Okay. So these are some of the things which can directly be asked in the certification exam in regards to hibernation.
Okay.
Right? Like they can ask what are the prerequisites of hibernation, and they will give some options, multiple choice options. So there are two prerequisites. One is the storage must be more. I mean, there must be free storage available on the instance to create. I mean, to store the data which is stored inside the RAM. Okay.
Okay.
Right now, in our case, we are creating an instance of 4 GB. I mean, 4 GB of RAM. So in our instance, we must have at least 4 GB of storage free. Okay, in order to use hibernation. That is the first prerequisite. The second prerequisite is the volume must be encrypted. Okay.
Okay.
Then if you want, you can enable termination protection, like protect against accidental deletion, and this is something which we can enable after launching the instance also. But hibernation we cannot enable after launching the instance.
Okay.
Then we'll go all over down, and here you will find user data.
Yeah.
So let's say you are launching the instance and you want some things on the instance to already be installed. Let's say you want a user to be created, or you want to perform any kind of automation on the server. Okay, you want some directories or some folder must be created on the server. So for that, basically we write a script, a user data script. And this script basically holds the configuration of the, I mean, what configuration we want in the server. Okay, are you getting?
Yes.
Like let's say we want to install a web server. So we have to write the code here of installing the web server.
In the user data?
Yeah, and when the instance will be launched, the code will be executed on the instance. And that code will automatically install the software which is which is written here in user data. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, now as we have enabled hibernation, so it is giving us a warning which says to use hibernation, encrypt the root volume. So we are going to encrypt the root volume.
Wait, so okay, wait a minute. I was still looking, sorry, I was still looking at what you were doing. So you went to storage, you didn't add anything in that box?
Yeah, we didn't add anything in user data.
Okay, okay.
User data is also called startup script. So when the instance boots for the very first time, the content which we wrote in user data will get executed on the server.
Okay, so you said it's called a startup what?
I mean, user data is also called a startup script.
A startup script.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm on where it says add data, and it says to use hibernation, encrypt the root volume.
Yeah, so enable the encryption.
Oh, okay. Okay. Mine is alias AWS/EBS. Is that normal?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll click on next.
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 In security group, we'll just open 3389. So it is actually creating a new security group. So
Okay.
if you already have a security group, so we can also choose an existing security group.
Okay. Are we going to choose
Just it must have port 3389 open in RDP. Okay.
You said what? If we choose the
existing security group, so it must have port 3389 open as inbound.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have that.
Yeah, try to search any, I think you will have one.
If I create a new.
Yeah, you can, if not, then create a new one.
Okay.
So, I mean, just I'm going to say that you can use an existing security group as well.
Yeah,
It is not like for every instance you have to create a new security group. Okay.
Okay.
Then review and launch. And then launch. So we'll be choosing the key pair. And also it is not necessary to create a key pair, a new key pair always. We can use the existing key pair also. Okay. And launch instance.
Okay.
So I think as we enabled the instance state, I mean instance has two instances. So that's why it is launching two instances. I mean, while launching the instance, we set up instance detail as two instance. That's why it has launched two instance.
Okay.
How many can you see at your end?
Well, I didn't launch it yet because it said something. You said something about my key.
Yeah, I said that you can use the existing key pair also if you already have a key pair.
Yeah, I don't.
Or you can create a new key pair.
Yeah, but I don't see where it's asking me to create a key pair.
Yeah, so click on that drop down which says create, you choose an existing key pair. Click on it.
No, it doesn't show that for me.
Yeah. So share your screen.
All right. So can you see that?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm gonna hit review and launch.
Okay.
Now, where is it asking for my key?
Click on review and launch.
You said what? Click on launch?
Click on review and launch.
It doesn't say review.
Click on launch.
Oh. Okay. Okay, so okay. Did I click this part? I acknowledge that I have access.
No, click on launch. Yeah. And here you can find choose an existing key pair or create a new key pair. Choose that option which says I acknowledge that I have the access to the selected private key.
Okay. Okay. Now I can view my instance. Okay. Sorry. You went fast.
Hit refresh.
Okay.
So it is launching only one instance or two instances for you.
Okay, it's running, so that's good. This is it right here.
Okay, now let me share. Okay, connect to that instance. Let me help you with connecting also to the instance.
So connect. And now
Click
what?
on the second option which says RDP client,
Uh-huh.
and then click on download remote desktop file.
Uh-huh.
Then double click on it.
Double click
Not
on it.
here. Yeah. And click on search app store. Click on the left side. I think it is trying to pop up app store.
Okay.
Okay. Click on OK. Try to search for RDP. No, don't search RDP. Search remote desktop.
Okay. You said search for remote desktop.
Yeah, remote desktop for Mac. Second one. Yeah. So scroll down. Yeah, the first one. The first. Just install the first one.
This one?
Spider Weir. Yeah.
This one?
Yes. Click on get. Click on open.
Okay.
How did you connect it to the instance yesterday, or you didn't?
I don't know. I mean, if we did it at the end of the day. Oh, wait a minute. I see something here. What is this?
Yeah, provide here the instance IP.
The paste? No, that's not right.
No, no, no.
What? This?
The public DNS. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, because I have two screens. Sometimes it pops up on the other side.
Click on open.
Okay.
Okay, search for that application, the one which we installed.
Okay.
Search in Spotlight.
Mhm. This is it.
Okay, I think it is opening VNC.
It's opening.
Okay, open the App Store again. I think maybe. Yeah, yeah. No, it is connection failed.
So open
Okay,
the
App
open the
Store.
app.
And yeah, again search for remote desktop. Yeah, scroll down. Down. Okay, just search for RDP. RDP. Yeah. Hit enter.
Oh shit, sorry. This one?
Yeah, try installing that 1 second. Yeah, provide the server IP. Yeah, it will be RDP colon slash slash and the public DNS name. Yeah, the public DNS name.
Okay, so is that right?
Yeah. Now provide the check connection. Click on check connection.
Still not working?
Okay, search RDP for Windows in App Store.
Okay.
Yes, so choose the first one.
This one.
Yeah. Yeah, click on Add PC. Click on, yeah, paste the IP address. Yeah, paste the DNS name here and click on Add. Yeah, double click on it, the first one. Mhm. Yeah, provide the username as administrator. Copy from here at the left side.
Where? Here?
Here on the console. Yeah, click here.
Oh.
Copy the administrator username
All right.
and password. So click on get password.
Now what?
Yeah, search for the browse for the key pair.
Hmm. This is it right here.
Yeah. Now click on decrypt password. Now
Yeah.
copy that password and open that remote desktop.
Okay.
And paste the password. Yeah. Click on continue. Click on continue. Congrats, you're connected to the Windows server.
Okay.
Okay, now let me share my screen.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think you didn't connect it yesterday, so I think we had a good exercise. Okay.
Do you want to allow other PCs and devices on this network? No. Right?
Yeah, you can set it to no. That is not it. Okay, yeah, just come back to the console. Now if we, okay, okay, be on the console actually. I'm also going to connect to the instance now. So connect, IDP client, the password.
Okay.
And save and connect. So I'm also now connected to this instance. Now
Okay.
let's say in your organization, let's say you're working in an organization and let's say there are developers and developer needs some softwares already installed in your machine. Okay.
Okay.
Or let's say we saw some third party application in the uh, AWS Marketplace, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, same kind of application, let's say we want to create. Let's say a company has created some application, and now you want to provide that application as a AMI. Okay.
Yeah.
So as we know, like in the AMI, the application and the softwares are already installed, right? So what we are going to do, we are going to install those softwares. Just for example, what we are going to do is we are going to install some softwares.
Okay.
So first we will click on Server Manager. We'll open the Server Manager.
All right. So I have to go and find it. Remote desktop. You said to go to Server Manager. Okay.
And we'll click on Local Server. And here in I, Enhanced Security Configuration, will disable this.
Wait
And
a
then
minute.
we'll open Internet Explorer.
Okay.
And
What
we
did
are
you?
going to install Google Chrome. Just
Okay.
assume Google Chrome is the software which your company has developed. It is just a web browser. And let's say a company has developed a web browser, Google Chrome. Now you want to deliver this software. So whenever the user deploys an instance, this software, this Google Chrome must be already there in the instance. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to first install this software in our instance, and then of this instance we are going to create an AMI. And
Okay.
then whenever the developer or the user deploys the instance using this AMI, the software will already be installed in that instance.
Okay.
So we'll click on Google Chrome, download Google Chrome, and then we'll click on download Chrome.
I'm not gonna download it. I'm just gonna follow.
Okay. So I'm installing it now. So Google Chrome is right now installed in my instance. Okay.
Okay.
Before creating an AMI, I'll show you another example actually. So right now my machine is open, my instance is open, and I have, let's say here, some application open. At the right side, I have Google Chrome open.
Yeah.
Okay. Just assume this is your laptop and you have two softwares open in your machine. Now let's say you just after, let's say, after 20 minutes of inactivity, your system went to sleep, right? And when you open your system, the application which were there are running, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what we are going to do is, of this running instance, we are going to hibernate it.
Okay.
Okay, why we are going to hibernate it? Actually, when the instance is stopped or when the instance is hibernated, we are not charged the hourly price. Okay, so when we don't need the instance, we can stop the instance. And if we stop the instance, there will be no hourly charge.
Okay.
Only if the instance is running, then we are basically charged for it. If the instance is stopped, then we are not charged for it. Then we'll click on actions. Sorry, we'll right click on it, instance state. And now you'll find the fourth option which says hibernate instance, because while launching the instance, we enabled hibernation.
Okay.
So first it is going to stop the instance. Just a minute. Okay, so the instance is now stopped.
Okay.
And my connection is also lost. Now we will start the instance.
Okay.
As it was hibernated, so the application which were running in the instance will be in running state. So we don't have to start those applications again.
Okay.
Now as we stopped the instance and we were not using the elastic IP, so the IP address of the instance is changed.
Okay.
So we are going to edit it and we are going to paste the new IP and save and connect.
Okay.